Madam Chair, quick question for you.
Yep.
I know you sent the document with all the questions that were asked in the working session. Are the answers to those questions attached, or
Yeah, so if you click into that, you'll see that the departments have put a number of short answers in to those questions, and then some of them say that they're going to address them today at greater length in the hearing. So that's the version attached to the email that I sent, not the one that Michelle sent.
Okay, correct. I have the one Michelle said. Thank you.
Yeah, so if you look for my email from last night. Appreciate everyone's patience. I'm just going to start at 10:05. The whole council was on a call with the mayor that wrapped up at 9:55. So just giving people a couple more minutes.
It's great to see all those beautiful smiling faces, BTD and DPW. Thanks for all you guys have been doing lately.
Thank you.
I can't count the number of people who have written to me in the last 2 weeks to say, hey, has it occurred to anyone that you all could repave all the streets right now? There's a huge amount of interest in the horizontal work.
They forgot to tell you they'd have to move their cars for a few days, which would be a non-starter in some neighborhoods.
Indeed, indeed. No, it is a funny combination. We won't move them for street cleaning, but could we repave everything? All right. Okay, I think we're going to get started. I'm gaveling this meeting of the Boston City Council's Ways and Means Committee to order. My name is Kenzie Bach. I'm the District 8 City Councilor and also the chair of this committee. We are today holding a public hearing that's being recorded and live streamed at boston.gov/city-council-tv. It will be rebroadcast on Comcast Channel 8, RCN Channel 82, and Verizon Channel 1964. We're having a budget review process despite the emergency that will encompass around 27 hearings over roughly 6 weeks. Everything is changing fast right now, but also the city's still got to have a budget, frankly, now more than ever. And so we strongly encourage residents to take a moment to engage in this process by giving testimony for the record. You can do this in one of several ways. So one is to attend one of these virtual hearings and give public testimony, which we take at the end of each hearing. When you're called, and I'll note, I know there are some people already in the waiting room for this hearing, and we've had strong interest in testifying on transportation and public works issues. If you're wondering why you're not being admitted from the waiting room, we admit people at the end when we take public testimony. So I just ask people to continue to watch on the live stream. And then when you do testify, just state your name and affiliation or residence and limit your comments to 2 to 3 minutes, just to ensure that all comments and concerns can be heard. You can get that Zoom link in the public notice for each hearing. And you are also welcome to join one of our 2 remaining hearings that'll be dedicated to public testimony. So on May 26th at 6 p.m. focused on BPS, and May 28th at 6 p.m. focused on all the other departments. If none of those times are convenient to you, you can email the committee at ccc.wm@boston.gov or fill out the form on our website. So if you go to boston.gov/council-FY21 budget, that website explains the whole city council budget process and how you can testify. We also have a method this year for submitting videos. So you can submit a 2-minute testimony video and we will append it to the relevant hearing recording. You can also testify in any language, whether written or spoken, and we will make sure to get it translated for the benefit of the whole council. And we also informally take tweeted questions using the hashtag #BossBudget, BOS budget. So we look forward to hearing from you. And now we'll be turning to the subject at hand. So today's hearing is on dockets 0588 to 0590, orders for the FY21 operating budget, including annual appropriations for departmental operations for the school department and for other post-employment benefits. Docket 0591 to 0592, orders for capital fund transfer appropriations, and dockets 0593 to 0596, orders for the capital budget, including loan orders and lease purchase agreements. So today's hearing will be focused on both the Public Works Department and the Boston Transportation Department. Traditionally, each of these departments would have had its own hearing, but because of the emergency, we've consolidated somewhat. So we've got the whole streets team here, which is exciting, but it does present a little bit of a logistical challenge. So just for everyone's reference, we will be first hearing from the Public Works Department on its operating budget, then from the Boston Transportation Department on its operating budget, and then from the sort of combination team on the capital projects, many of which are done in collaboration between the 2 departments. Now, before we move to the panel, I just want to acknowledge my colleagues who have joined us. In addition to myself, Councillor Michael Flaherty at large, Councillor Andrea Campbell, District 4, Councillor Liz Breeden, District 9, Councillor Matt O'Malley, District 6, Councillor Lydia Edwards, District 1, Councillor Anissa Isabi George at large, and Councillor Julia Mejia, also at large, are here with us right now. And I know we've got a couple members who are joining slightly later. So without further ado, I want to pass over to the initial presentation on the Public Works Department's operating budget, which will come from Chris Osgood, our Chief of Streets, and Michael Brohel, Superintendent of Street Operations for PWD. So they're going to present on that. And just for counselors' reference, we're doing these 3 presentations and then 3 waves of questions. So I'll ask folks to keep the Q&A after this first presentation focused on Public Works operations, and then we'll do BTD operations, and then we've saved the capital projects for the end, which are obviously, I think, the lion's share of a lot of things counselors have asked about. Just ask people to be mindful of that order. So Chief Osgood, you have the floor. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Councillor. And Councillor, I trust that you can see the screen that says Public Works and Transportation Budget Hearing.
Yes, we can. Featuring the public garden, a beautiful public treasure in my district.
Yep. So thank you so much. It's wonderful to see all of you, wonderful to be able to join and be able to present the Public Works and Transportation budgets combined. It's about $170 million in the operating budget, about $98 million in the capital budget. And as you said, we're going to sort of walk through this sort of in 3 ways. First, we're going to look at the Public Works operating budget, as you noted, with our Superintendent of Street Operations, Mike Brohl. Then talk about the Transportation operating budget with Commissioner Greg Rooney, Budget Director Coleman Flaherty, our Transportation Engineering Director Amy Cording, and our Director of Transportation Planning and Policy, Vineet Gupta, before then adding a few more people into the conversation for our capital budget. So I'm going to hop into the Public Works operating budget side. On the left, you see what are really the principal goals for the Public Works team. First and foremost, it is about delivering the exceptional basic city services that every single one of your residents and our constituents expect from the city. These are things which are everything from keeping our street lights on to keeping our streets clean to plowing them in the winter. We also efficiently maintain and manage the city's non-public safety, non-education vehicle fleet, and something we'll talk a little bit more about in this budget presentation. Third, and with great credit to Mike, we really lead the city's response to winter weather. And fourth, with great credit to Para and to John Vizella, we design great city streets for people to be able to use. On the right side of the screen, you see a very quick snapshot of our operating budget, both the current fiscal years and the proposed FY21. You'll see a slight increase in the Public Works budget, a slight decrease in the central fleet budget, a slight increase in the snow removal budget, and together looking at around $129 million of expenses on the operating budget side. The principal component of the Public Works operating budget is our waste reduction division. This is the division that handles all of the collection, disposal, processing of yard waste, recycling, and composting for every single resident in the city of Boston. It's led by Brian Coughlin and well supported by folks like Dennis Roach and Jerry Gorman and Steve Tankel. They also oversee the code enforcement division, ensuring that the code enforcement rules around the management and maintenance of city streets are well taken care of, and are really leading the residential side of the city's zero waste efforts. In this last fiscal year, there were a number of significant changes. We obviously published our zero waste plan. We also launched new contracts for both collections and disposal across the city, starting our collections time an hour earlier at 6 a.m., which has led to some benefits in terms of predictability, in terms of getting more vehicles off the fleet, off the streets before the PM rush. And we also made some changes in Councilor Edwards' district, where we shifted a collection day from Friday to Thursday, allowing us to not only provide some better service on the waste collection side, but also some follow-on street cleaning on Fridays. Importantly, we also sort of took a look at how we do our contracts in general within this division, and we sort of peeled out something which had been part of a larger and separate and standalone contract, and that was for the delivery of recycling carts. In the past, recycling carts delivery had been sort of a not done all year long, had been done only sort of about 3/4 of the year. We made that a standalone contract and bid that out, and actually awarded it to 2 different contractors, both who are minority-owned businesses. On the right side of the screen, you see our fiscal year 21 goals, and they're largely sort of centered on that pie chart you see in the upper right. This is a snapshot of what Boston throws away. So not the stuff that we recycle, not the stuff that we compost, but what is in our trash. It's estimated that roughly 39% of what we throw away is in fact recyclable. Another 36% is compostable. There are some opportunities that we are advancing in this FY21 budget so that we can really begin to sort of address those 2 parts of the pie chart of things that we are currently throwing away. What we are in particular doing is we're going to be launching a curbside pilot, which we did bid out during the course of this fiscal year. We've actually awarded to 2 companies. We will be standing up over the course of the summer. And in this budget is a subsidy that will allow more people to be able to participate in. We are sort of crafting the specifics of that program right now, but the idea is to pilot a subscription-based curbside collection program for residents in our city who want to be able to compost food scraps. We're going to be complementing that with an expansion, a doubling in size of what is our current food scrap composting program, a program affectionately called Project Oscar, which is available in 5 neighborhoods across the city: East Boston, the North End, right outside here at City Hall, Jamaica Plain, and at Faneuil Gardens in Brighton. Across those locations, I think as Councilor Sabi George who had asked this question in the working session, we're collecting about 10 tons of food scraps every month by a company called Black Earth Composting, who is turning it into sort of a soil additive at their location in the North Shore. So we'll be doubling the number of these sort of drop-off locations in addition to piloting this sort of curbside collection location. At the bottom, you also see a number of investments that are going to be made that really expand the sort of our ability to encourage people to recycle more and really recycle right. many of you, hopefully all of you, received something at home that was a booklet on how best to recycle, how best to deal with yard waste, food waste, household hazardous waste. We sent a mailer out to every single resident in the city of Boston. We've also translated that into 10 languages and we'll be distributing that as well. We're going to be doing more of that education and zero waste marketing and outreach, and this budget allows us to do that. This budget also gives us some funding to be able to assess things like our curbside composting pilot, how better we can do education and outreach, and also, as I think it was Councilor Baker had raised in the working session, help us think through what parts of the sort of compost, recycling, trash collection, trash disposal process should the city potentially have a greater stake in owning, managing, or partnering on. To make sure all of this is happening and well supported, we'll also add a new position in this particular division, a position that's focusing specifically on implementing the mayor's zero waste plan for every single resident in the city of Boston. That accounts for most of the increase, or $500,000 of the increase in this division. The rest of the increase essentially is an increase in the overall expected cost of trash disposal and recycling disposal. As you are all well aware, and Councilor O'Malley frequently comments, it wasn't long ago that we actually made money from our recycling. Last year, I believe we were paying roughly $30 a ton. This year, we've been paying roughly $140, $145 a ton for recycling. The market has completely changed for recycling and trash. So now we are at a disposal cost of around $145 a ton or $140 a ton for recycling and around $90 for trash. We are also seeing a significant increase over the course of the last 6 weeks as more people are at home, and the amount of trash and recycling that we're picking up curbside. We've seen about a 25% increase in recycling volumes and about a 20% increase in trash volumes. And if you think about what that would mean, that's basically sort of an increase in the overall number of like sort of households in the city of Boston. If we were to increase the number of households in the city of Boston by 20 to 25%, it'd be roughly the equivalent of adding sort of the entire trash collection of a city the size of Springfield. And yet our team hasn't missed a beat, and it's a great credit to them that they've been able to continue this work. So the biggest sort of changes in our budget really are in this category, but there's a lot of good work we're doing in our other major divisions. Central Fleet being a great example of this. Central Fleet, again, sort of maintains, manages, and helps procure all of the vehicles for every non-public safety, non-BPS department in the city of Boston. They have a particular focus on greening the municipal fleet, something which I know came up in the working session as well, and also run programs like Fleet Hub. Over the course of this last year, they have developed a plan to fully electrify the municipal fleet where possible by 2035. It's a little bit dependent upon the vehicle types that become EV vehicles, given some of the particular types of equipment that we use within the Public Works team. They're also taking some steps to make sure that we have the right number of vehicles in the right departments and that we have sort of efficiently managing our overall fleet. This coming fiscal year, we're actually nearly doubling the number of electric vehicles as part of the city's municipal fleet, going from 22 to 42. In order to be able to support that, we're investing another $100,000 to build out 36 EV charging stations at 6 municipal sites, all to allow us to be able to support not just this increase over the course of this year in electric vehicles, but the subsequent increase in EVs to come. And great credit to Bill Coughlin and to Matt Bradley for their work in this division on that work. Moving on to our next division, which is street lighting. Street lighting maintains all 67,000 street lights across the city of Boston. And importantly, and often sort of underappreciated, all of the conduit and cable that's necessary to power them. This is a team that's led by Mike Donaghy and by Joe Sullivan. Because of largely energy efficiency savings, we're actually seeing a reduction in this budget. And this is a team that is actually spending a lot of time thinking about how it can strengthen even further the management practices we're using around this particular asset type. So they've started an inventory management process. We've increased our staffing to be able to manage a particular part of our street lighting asset portfolio, and that's the distributed antenna systems, the antenna systems that you probably have seen across our city that allow people to get wireless connectivity on their phones. And they've started over the course of this past year with a set of sort of next generation streetlight pilots. Streetlights that would allow us to basically, through sensors attached to them, let us know when they are out. So we're not waiting for a 311 call, but we would know automatically when a light may begin to fade or a light simply goes out, allowing us to provide more expeditious service and keep all the lights on across the city. On the right side, you see some of the big things which we're focused on in FY21. The top of the list is something which has been a focus for us over the last couple of years and has been a focal point for Councillor Flynn, and that's around stray voltage mitigation. A lot of this is a coordination with Eversource and making sure that we're investing in the streetlight assets we have so that any charge, so there's unlikely to be stray voltage across our system, and that in coordination with Eversource, we're finding and addressing any stray voltage that happens in our city. We're also taking some additional steps to expand our asset management program. There were some comments that came up in the working session about making sure that we had sort of consistency of lighting standards and lighting levels across the city. That's something which is of great importance to us. This asset management program, which is actually part of the capital budget, will help us allow us to do that. It'll allow us to sort of essentially identify with each street light in the city, the pole type it is, its age, its components, so that we can ensure that we are maintaining it as well as we possibly can, and over time sort of having sort of common lighting standards, lighting design standards across the city. We're also investing in additional professional development for our team within this division so that we can be even more quick on things like engineering review and some of the other sort of emerging issues that are happening, particularly around the distributed antenna systems. The fourth division is our highway division, also the team that really leads our response to winter weather. Again, not just great credit to Mike, but also Danny Nee, Norman Parks, who lead this work. That budget, the highway division budget, you're seeing a slight reduction between FY20 and FY21, which is largely because there was a set of one-time expenses in FY21 that were for some specific vehicles that are helping us to maintain bike lanes and some of the additional sort of spaces that we're creating in the city of Boston. You're also seeing a slight increase in the snow budget, which is largely due to the consumer price index that's baked into some of the contracts. Over the course of this last year, and Mike can speak far better about this than I can, we've created sort of a new dedicated cross-district team, which is allowing us to focus on some particular areas in the city. And one of those areas that we're focused on right now is sort of the area around Mass Ave and Melnia Cass. We also obviously got through a winter which had less snow than usual. We saw around 16 inches of snow in the sort of districts and neighborhoods that were adjacent to Boston Harbor. And as you got further away, we had probably cumulative snow levels closer to 22 inches, which is roughly half what a typical snowfall is over the course of the winter. This winter, though, was also a strong reminder that sort of the difficulty of winter can't be judged in just simply the number of inches of snow. It is also there was a huge number of sort of overnight mixed precipitation events where we had to have the team in and the team ready to go, and the team even salting streets as we saw sort of ice, sleet, rain in that sort of 30 degrees to 34 degree temperature range, something which the team is incredibly attentive to. We also expanded our investment in the public realm over this course of last year. We will be continuing more of that this year, installing benches in collaboration with the Age Strong Commission, and again, sort of added equipment and added some additional focus to maintaining our active transportation infrastructure, our dedicated and protected bike lanes across the city of Boston. One of the things to spotlight that came up in the working session that I think Councillor Edwards had raised, we will be expanding and actually upgrading a number of the trash cans in the city of Boston over the course of this next year with roughly 300, I think 330 in total, sort of new trash and recycling cans coming to city streets that we expect to install. The final division that I'll just touch on briefly, because most of their work is really the subject of the third part of our agenda, the capital budget, is our construction team, our engineering team, and our building maintenance team. The construction budget is declining a little bit, largely because of some one-time expenses we had in the previous year. But we are actually adding some additional staff to our construction management division. We're adding an ADA coordinator who will be having a specific focus on not only standards across the city, but the work we're doing around pedestrian ramps, and a senior engineering aide who will help us accelerate the ramp program, something we'll talk about a little bit more in the third part of our agenda. We're also adding an additional bridge engineer in this upcoming capital budget or upcoming budget within our engineering team to support some of the significant investment that is happening in that area. And the building maintenance budget is increasing slightly as they're taking on some of the sort of budgetary responsibilities for some of the components of our central fleet team. Again, we'll cover most of the sort of highlights and goals for this division in the year ahead. One thing though that came up in the working session, and one thing which is really important to us, is that we put some money in this budget, I believe it's $15,000, to help run a very specific recruiting campaign for often hard to fill positions and engineering positions. We've actually had some very good success with this when we've done intentional recruiting campaigns in the past. It was 2 years ago, a year ago, that we had an intentional recruiting campaign really focused on a set of positions within the Boston Transportation Department. As some of you may recall, we basically expanded roughly 20 positions across BTD, as well as some positions within Public Works, to be able to accelerate our Vision Zero work, our build out of the bike network, et cetera. That campaign included things like a recruiting video, a dedicated website, outreach across the city, outreach across actually the nation to peer cities through groups like NACTO, the North American Association, the Association for City Transportation Officials, and all of that sort of resulted in a really fantastic cohort of employees joining BTD and Public Works. We expect to do that same sort of intentional recruiting effort over the course of the year ahead, really focused on a set of engineering positions, the ones you see here, as well as some specific positions within our highway division that have been difficult to fill in past years. So with that, that was sort of the quick snapshot of the Public Works operating budget as a whole. I'll turn it over to Mike if he's got anything you'd like to add, and then gladly open it up for questions, comments, et cetera.
As always, Chris, you add everything. I would just say that, to kind of put a COVID-19 spin on this, all the things that you just noted haven't stopped. So, the men and women of Public Works are still out there doing today what they did in pre-pandemic time. I just want that to be known. Well, I know everyone recognizes it. First line, first responders, these folks are doing good work. So I just add that, but thank you, Chris.
Councilor Rock?
Great, thank you. Thank you so much, Chief Osgood. And I want to note that we've been joined, since I last listed folks, by Councilor Ricardo Arroyo of District 5, Councilor Frank Baker, District 3, and Councilor Kim Janey, District 7, and Council President. So thanks to all my colleagues. So what we'll do, just for the reference of the new folks who came into the room, is that we're doing just questions right now on the Public Works operating budget. And then we get to the second part of the presentation on the BTD operating budget, and then we'll end up at Capital, where I know a lot of people's questions are. So we will run through questions right now, but I would just really ask people to keep them focused on this first bit, the Public Works department. And with that, I'll just ask two quick questions on my end. Chief Osgood, you talked about the Oscar pilot, expansion, and I think there's a lot of people really excited about that. Certainly immediately people's questions are, where are those additional locations going to be, and what's the process going to be to sign up? And I know you said you guys are still figuring that out, and also it sounded like there might be a sort of means tested element to allow people to sign up with less means. But I just wondered if you could talk a little more about that in terms of constituents who see this in the budget and are asking us about what the rollout might look like.
So on Project Oscar, again, within the pie chart you see in the upper right-hand corner of this chart, roughly 36% of what is thrown away is compostable. Of that, like 2/3 is food waste, 1/3 is yard waste. So we're really focused with Oscar and the curbside composting pilot on that sort of slice within the slice of that composting section. In terms of the locations, we are going to work through sort of what, take public suggestions about where to site the additional 5 Oscar bins. We are also working through what the right way is to run this pilot that meets both the capacity of our partners who have been selected to do the curbside pickup of food waste, and ensure that we're actually learning something over the course of this year that helps us figure out how do we potentially expand our food waste collection or food waste composting in the city whether it's through something like, again, the further expansion of Project Oscar or something that is more curbside focused, like what we're going to pilot over the course of this year. So more to come on the design of the curbside pilot, and open to public suggestions on Project Oscar locations.
Okay, great, thanks. And then my other question is just, and I'm not sure if it belongs in this section or another. I know I and a number of counselors had asked questions about maximizing equity in procurement at PWD and BTD, especially, you know, as we enter such a difficult economic period where I think city capital money is going to be, in many respects, one of the main sources. And so when we think about an equitable recovery, our kind of real gaps on that vein become even worse. So I just curious if you want to speak to that now or later in the presentation, but I know it's definitely something that we want to discuss.
So it really fits sort of in both places. One of the things which we've been able to do over the course of this last year, really with through the leadership of our economic development cabinet, we've spent a lot of time attending and presenting at various workshops about opportunities within the Public Works Department. Through that, we've been able to bring on contractors to do things like, again, that recycling cart delivery expansion, also some additional and improved landscaping work on Melnia Cass. These are things which are allowing us to provide sort of better services to the resident city of Boston than we were able to provide before. And with those particular examples, and the Melnia Cass one in particular, we ran specific workshops and did really sort of targeted outreach to make sure that we had a broader and more diverse set of vendors who are responding. We are going to do that again with a number of the contracts that are coming up over the course of this year. One that immediately comes to mind is one that got some CPA funding for Dixon Park in your district to do some irrigation work within that park. So there's some opportunities sort of with these smaller contracts. We're very mindful, though, that within the Public Works Division, the vast majority of the spend is actually on a smaller subset of very large contracts, having to do with waste collection, waste disposal, which are longer term contracts, are not up to bid in the coming years. Snow plowing, snow removal is a similar set of contracts. So there's some work that we have an interest in doing on the capital side and on the longer term, on the operating side, to think about how we broaden our pool and diversify our pool of respondents. It's a place where more competition would certainly benefit the city. And we have a great interest over the course of this year to figure out how do we actually do that to sort of broaden the number of people who are really responding in those particular procurement opportunities.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'll pass the next. My last thing will just be a comment, which, you know, the 6 a.m. start time does continue to be an issue for Beacon Hill, which is right at the beginning of the order. And one of the things I hear from the Back Bay is just, you know, the unpredictability of, you know, I feel like I have to put my trash out the night before, but then the trash trucks don't come till 11. So just raising, I know you're aware of it, but again, the sort of question about if we need to keep the contract at that hour for the efficiency gains, whether there's a way to more precisely target for neighborhoods sort of the expected pickup time for them, such as to enable more people not to put it out the night before, because we don't have bins in many of the neighborhoods I represent.
Mike can speak better to this than I can, but there's some adjustments we're looking to make to basically provide that a much higher degree of predictability across every neighborhood by essentially right sizing what we're collecting on each day, and then really focusing, as sort of is the intent, on those main routes so that the vehicles in the early hours, so the vehicles are off our heaviest streets for the AM rush. Mike, anything you'd add to that?
No, I'd say that the timeline for that conversation was a little bit bumped out here with our current scenario, but there is some conversations being had to provide an operation that allows for a more known time on our redundant collection. So that is coming.
Great. Thank you so much. And that's my 5 minutes. I'll now recognize, before I do, I just want to tell colleagues, so I'm going to be raising my gavel as I've been doing. I'll be doing that really right at the 5 minute mark now. And you'll hear an alarm go off when you get to kind of 7 minutes. And I am going to start gaveling folks down who go beyond that, just because we've got, you know, so many people waiting, and it can be a real challenge in terms of fairness. So just want to flag that for everybody. Next up will be Councillor Flaherty, and then it'll be Councillor Campbell, and I'll post the rest of the order in the chat. So Councillor Flaherty, any questions for Public Works?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to talk fast like I usually do, and hopefully the answers could be rapid as well. Quick shout out, obviously, to Mike Brule and his team. I find Mike to be super responsive. Kathy Garcia, who works for him, is aces. and I know a couple unsung heroes, Norman Parks and Danny Nee in particular, on the public work side, on the pickup side. I know that they're working hard to keep our city clean, and also taking on the huge role with the needle pickup and disposal in light of our ongoing opioid epidemic. So a big shout out to those folks and his whole team over there. Want to touch on a couple areas. Trash and recycling contract, when is it up, and how does the changes in that world impact those contracts? Number one. Two, COVID, post-COVID, when we get to open back up, I've said from a long time ago that I think a lot of folks are going to revert back to their vehicle and or their bicycle. And I think that's going to play out. I saw a recent survey or poll the other night that I think it indicated something close to 80% of the folks are not going to go back to public transportation. Again, that's probably initially in light of everything going on. So want to make sure that our roads are in top shape to be able to handle, as well as our intersections, and making sure that our roads are going to be safe. So if we're going to see an increase in motor vehicle and an increase in cycle, clearly we need to make sure that we're looking at post-COVID and what's going to happen. I think that's going to be a response. I think more people are going to take their car and or their bicycle to work, at least for the foreseeable future until we get a vaccine. And then want to touch base, questions from the working session. I talked about the need to sidewalk repair and making sure that our crosswalks are clearly visible. So happy to see working with Commissioner Brule that there's been a significant increase in the sidewalk and crosswalk repair, with the goal to be, I think, at 80% right before the COVID stop, the shutdown. So thank you for the great work on that front, making sure that we have crosswalks that are clearly visible. And then I know that on behalf of the cycle side, I know that there's been somewhat of a compromise given the COVID shutdown, that they're happy with the increase. Wish it was more like other folks. And then lastly, the Northern Avenue Bridge, just want to know the exact price tag on that, and I guess what's the time frame in terms of how we're going to pay for it, and do we need state and federal partners? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilor, I will go through those as quickly. If I miss anything, let me know. Mike, feel free to add. On the trash and recycling contracts, it's a 5-year contract with, I believe, 3 one-year options. We are wrapping up the first year of that, so there's 4 more years on the collection, disposal, and processing contracts. Mike, anything to add on that?
Nope, that's
on the sort of the state of the road.
Chief May, if I may just interject on that, we do get a lot of requests for the for trash cans.
Yes.
And also the recycle bin. So sometimes we're being told that the requests are denied because it's viewed as sort of adding trash in an area that it'll induce more trash in a particular area. So I know we get repeated asks from neighborhood groups. So I just would like to, I guess, what's the methodology behind when someone gets a trash bin and when they don't?
Sure. So I'll assume this is a litter basket question, more like the public space spots, Councilor.
Yes, correct. Thank you. Yes.
Yep. So we take those requests as they come in. Danny Nee leads that effort. We take a couple of things into effect. One, foot traffic, obviously the conditions of the streets around that area, commercial locations near it, and also any past history. Usually if we get a request on something, it's there used to be a barrel here. So we kind of can go back historically and find out why not. Sometimes in a piece of those reasons why they've been removed is because they've been mistreated. Folks have been putting a residential trash bag in there, or commercial locations are putting their commercial debris there as basically, we'll call it a free pickup for them. We'll work with the constituent. Constituent. Danny Nee will send out his team, Gilbert Costin, AJ Soteria. We'll take a look at the area. We always try to put one back or put one where we need it. There are times where we don't put one back because the resident living directly at the location wouldn't want it. They've got a problem with maybe foot traffic or trash being put outside of their location. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. But in Chris's opening remarks, we do have 310 new barrels coming in. A lot of those will be placed out in a way to actually replace those small tipsy ones that we have that we took over from the T about 14 years ago. So that'll double the capacity there. But to answer your question, Councilor, we do have the capacity to put more in the streets. It just takes a conversation to make sure we're doing the right things.
Thanks, Commissioner.
You had asked about roads and crosswalks. Greg will talk a little bit, Commissioner Rooney will talk a little bit about our crosswalk restriping work on roads. Obviously, as you, Councilor Flaherty and Councilor Bach were talking about just before we formally gavelled in, there is an opportunity for us to do a lot of resurfacing work at this time, but there is, as Councilor Flaherty, as you noted, we need to make sure that we're coordinating that with residents so that we can actually, so that cars can move and we can, and it's easy for our construction folks. Northern Ave, we can talk about it in the capital section. Para has more details than I do, but it is funded at roughly $100 million. There's an opportunity for additional participation from others.
Councilor Flaherty, you all set?
Yeah, and just and what do they anticipate in terms of vehicle and cycle increases based on the post-COVID? And again, basing this on surveys that folks are already saying that they do not feel comfortable taking public transportation in light of COVID-19, and that they will be looking to their vehicle and or their cycle to get to and from work. So need to make sure we're prepared for that as a city when the green light gets turned on, and also what improvements are we making in those trouble spots to make sure that we don't have conflict between vehicle and cycle.
Yep. Both Commissioner Rooney and in the capital section will talk a little bit more about our Vision Zero work, but certainly we are coordinating with the state right now to think about how we plan for the management of our streets, whether it is ensuring that transit can be as reliable as and as frequent and as comfortable and for folks across the city and across the region, but that also for everybody who chooses to walk or bike or drive, that is an approach that works for them. So there's some significant coordination and planning that is happening right now between the city team and with the state team about various scenarios over the course of the months ahead.
Thank you. And one last shout out to the Public Improvement Commission for the work that they do, under a tight budget constraint. So they do good stuff on behalf of all us. I know Commissioner Brule sits on.
Sorry, Councilor Flaherty, you cut out there. We are past time, so I was
just giving a shout out to the Public Improvement Commission.
Yep, great, wonderful. All right, recognizing now Councilor Campbell, and then it's Councilor Breeden on deck. Councilor Campbell.
Thank you, Councilor Bach, and a quick thank you, Chief, to you for your work. Obviously, Mike, Eric, Prentice, and Robert Lewis, are very responsive. We call and things happen. So thank you and your team, and I hope you and your families are safe and healthy. I also, of course, want to thank the advocates, Cyclist Union, Livable Streets, Walk Boston, but also my civic leaders, my residents, they call you guys too. And we do this work in partnership because they are truly on the ground and are always sending up the cases. There are obviously a lot of streets in my district, and I assume, across the city, that have to wait several years before sort of the deep maintenance work is sort of being done. So I'm just curious, I'm going to take my water in a minute, but just to sort of conduct these projects, I guess, in a shorter timeline, and now we're in the midst of COVID-19, possible recession, right? What the budget will have to sort of look like. And I'll give you an example. Moultrie Street, which is in my district in Dorchester, folks have been advocating for over a year for that street to be repaved. Many of my streets sort of have the patchwork done, right? But to see the entire street repaved takes some substantial investment. So how do we, what does the budget have to look like to get a shorter timeline on those versus years that folks have to wait? That comes up across many intersections and streets in the district, of course.
The budget for this will pick up specifically in the capital budget section, but in short, we basically every year we survey a third of the city and generate what's called the Pavement Condition Index. It's an engineering assessment of the quality of the pavement, and we use that to guide our where we're doing resurfacing, where we're doing sort of deep maintenance, where we need to do reconstruction. Over the course of the last couple of years, we've actually been able to improve our ability to keep our PCI sort of stable. There's an opportunity for us in the years ahead to actually have it start increasing. One of the things we're going to start doing to allow that to happen is we've been in the past somewhat reactive. We've been saying, hey, utility companies, we'll wait for you. We are setting out an approach where we're going to put out a 5-year resurfacing plan and say that utilities need to make sure that they are in sequence with us, that their work gets done quicker. That'll allow us to be able to repave a street at sort of the optimal timing rather than wait a couple more years because we think there may be a couple more digs that are happening in the street. I'm happy to share the sort of the first couple of years with that we have of our 5-year capital plan, our 5-year repaving plan with the council.
And what, in terms of sort of numbers, money, you know, what does that budget look like in order to sort of move these projects along, the repaving projects?
So it is around $14 million on the capital side, which is $7 million for sort of basic resurfacing, another $5 million to do essentially sort of large patchwork, like large replacement of where there were utility work, and then another $2 million this year for a contract that it's called essentially a guaranteed streets contract, a contract where we're going back out and doing essentially curb to curb work along entire stretches of roadway. And credit to John Vazella and his team who've been putting that together. There's additional funding that is, some of that funding is pulled from the Chapter 90 from the state. Any advocacy that this body would like to do with sort of obviously the city and cities and towns to increase the annual assessment, the annual amount of Chapter 90 investment makes a big difference. The state typically funds it at $200 million. The city of Boston gets 7% of whatever the state's assessment is. We are consistently advocating for it to be at $300 million, which would bring another $7 million of revenue or funding into the city to allow us to do even more.
And then my last question is, you know, Katie and other members of the team applied this equity design, right, after going to a conference to the sidewalk project.
Yes.
So, you know, not looking at the number of calls. I know in my district, some folks don't call, it doesn't mean that the need isn't there. So we started seeing some remarkable work for the sidewalk project. How do we apply that equity lens to other projects coming out of your department? Because I think it's critically important, particularly in certain neighborhoods where the street maintenance and those projects, I mean, Seaver Street, for my example, in my district, we're like, yay, finally. How do we apply that equity lens to other types of projects to just focus, have a little more intentionality for those neighborhoods that just have been experiencing bad streets for some time? That's my last question. Thank you.
So that approach basically, which it's called the Walkable Streets program, is funded around $3.5 million this year. And it essentially guides investment based upon sort of an engineering assessment, the Mayor's Office of Resiliency and Racial Equity's sort of 6 indicators of social vulnerability, and then a utilization metric, I believe from MAPC, and brings those together to identify those networks that we should be investing in. We've already made 3 significant sort of sidewalk network reconstruction projects, Orchard Gardens, Savin Hill, and then the sidewalks that you just referenced, Councillor. There is a 4th which is funded and coming up sort of around Bowden Street over the course of this year. And we're taking that same sort of data-driven approach, as you'll see, and thinking about what our next projects are in the capital budget, thinking about safety, thinking about mode shift, and thinking about equity in terms of the new projects that we bring on.
I just would love to see that equity lens applied. It makes a remarkable difference, and the community's response to it is incredible. So thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bach.
Thank you so much, Councillor Campbell. Next up is Councillor Breeden, and then it will be Councillor O'Malley, and then Councillor Edwards. Councillor Breeden.
Thank you. Thank you all for this great presentation. I have many questions that probably pertain more to the capital budget, but one of the things that's happened in Alston-Brighton in the last few years has been the Alston-Brighton Mobility Study. It has gone on for 18 months. We've had hundreds of hours of public meetings and thousands of comments and a very robust public process. And people are very engaged, and with the hope that we are actually going to see some action at the end of it. I know when I put my questions in, it felt like they would go into a planning process, but part of the mobility study has a list of quick build items on it that are very probably low cost and easy to do. In terms of public confidence in the process, it would be really great if we could deliver some actionable items that would get completed pretty quickly, just to encourage folks that all our efforts were worth it in the end. So I'd really encourage you folks to look at that and see what we can do. There's one particular question as well about a raised crosswalk on Portsmouth and Waverley Street in North Brighton. Apparently it was slated for action and to be completed in early 2018. Now we are in early 2020, and I'd love to see, find out what happened in that instance and why that project wasn't completed. It's one of those small residential streets that has a huge number of cut-through traffic that near a public park, and thousands of cars a day go through, and that was, the community are really discouraged that action wasn't taken and acted on. I'm really encouraged to see that you're investing in more EV charging stations. I wonder how many of those are going to be in Alston Brighton. I have a plug-in hybrid. When I plug in, I charge at home, but I just out of interest, I tried to find a plug-in station in the neighborhood, and there are not many. Very few, actually. One or two in an area with 70,000 people. So I'd love to know about those. The other question I had was with regard to our municipal parking lots. I don't know if that's under your basket. I think it is. You know, we have a municipal parking lot in Brighton Centre near the police station. It seems that a lot of police vehicles are there all the time. I don't know if that's. I don't understand the situation. Why so many police vehicles that don't seem to be in regular use. I think they might have a service garage there, but there's a lot of equipment and a lot of police vans and whatever there all the time, and it takes away parking from our business district, which is very, very congested and lacks a lot of parking, to the point that people are asking for us to build a high-rise municipal parking garage, and we don't want to do that. So any way we could avoid that would be great. And then municipal park crosswalks, and crosswalks and striping are really important. We've seen an increase, especially in COVID. Drivers seem to be driving faster, and pedestrians there's an increased instance of pedestrian accidents. And I hope that we can maybe be more diligent about marking and signage of crosswalks in our district. And let's see. Yeah, we have a rat problem down in Alston and in residential areas, and there was one way to mitigate the problem was to improve the standard of the trash cans. I know they had a partnership years ago with Harvard to target, more rat-proof trash cans, and I think they put a lot of money into providing trash cans that were rat-proof. The other suggestion was to do a lot of public education around, appropriate trash disposal. And the other suggestion was to do more frequent trash pickups. And again, that might be something worth looking into to try and mitigate the rodent problems we have in North Alston. And that seems to be about it for now. I have other questions about capital projects.
Thank you, Councillor. I will go through some of these, and some of these will probably be better picked up by Greg Rooney and Vineet Gupta. But first, on the Alston Brighton Mobility Plan, first, I feel like had a lot of great community conversations, to your point, are coming to some really good recommendations. To your point on sort of moving forward quickly, there is actually new money in this budget, $150,000 this fiscal year and next fiscal year, for essentially to support kind of that implementation of sort of quick builds coming out of these transportation action plans. So we'll be able to actually move forward on some of the recommendations that are coming out of that. And then there's some specific focus on that sort of Alston Brighton Mobility Corridor, which has been a principal part of those public conversations. And Greg and Vineet can talk more about that. Greg will also give an update on our restriping plan. Our intent is to get to ensure that, as Councilor Flaherty referenced, that all of our crosswalks, all of our lane markings remain in a state of good repair, and basically getting to every single one within a 3-year period. And that's something which we're very focused on. I will check on the Portsmouth and Waverly Race crosswalk. I don't know the status of that. And on the Muni lot, Greg and I can connect on that and see how it can best be used to ensure that it's supporting the small businesses that are in the area. And I appreciate the need to see if there's a way that we can maybe coordinate with the police department around parking access in other places.
How are we doing for that? Well, quick, the crosswalk situation, there's a stretch of road between Oak Square and Lake Street. There's a third of a mile that doesn't have any crosswalks.
Yep.
None. It's crazy. And that's another issue that there should be a crosswalk there. They're just not put in and they're not marked, and they're just absent. And we've been talking about this for years, and I'd really like to see some action in that area as well.
That sounds like a good sort of quick step out of the AV mobility plan. So if we need Greg and I can connect on.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I see the gavel, so I better go. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Do people hear my timer when it goes off? Okay, good. Excellent. Yeah, I just want to remind my colleagues that, we've met the enemy and it's ourselves. If you spend your full 5 minutes asking the questions, then the grace period will be all that the chief has to answer them. And I just remind everybody that we are going to be getting to rounds of questions on BTD and capital. So please save those for those rounds instead of asking them up top. All right, so next up is Councillor O'Malley, and then it'll be Councillor Edwards and then Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, or good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to just begin by acknowledging the exceptional work that the men and women of the Department of Public Works and BTD have done during these incredibly challenging times. We think about our first responders, we think about our essential workers, and I just want to acknowledge and really highlight the men and women of BTD and DPW and your colleagues who've really done exceptional work. So we're very grateful for that. Obviously COVID-19 is going to continue to drive our budget forecast and outlook. Perhaps I'm an optimist. Well, no, I am an optimist. And I am hopeful that as we begin the slow and painful process of rebuilding, we can really use our rebuilding time as an opportunity to build a better city and indeed a better Commonwealth, particularly as it relates to some of our infrastructure, particularly as it relates to support for multimodal transportation opportunities, as it relates to climate resiliency. This is what is driving me, and I know driving all of you as well. So I obviously have quite a few transportation questions. I'll save that for the next round, and I'll just focus on the DPW. To the previous speaker, as the chair of the council's electric car caucus, I wanted to acknowledge we have 4 wonderful charging stations on Cambridge Street, just outside of City Hall. Sadly, they've been out of order since I think last fall, perhaps. I'm hopeful that when we return back to City Hall, they will be fixed. Have they been fixed yet, Chief Osgood?
I don't know. I will double check. I apologize, Councilor Breeden. I did not pick. I will get back to you on that one, as well as Councilor O'Malley. Greg has a slide that you'll see about our EV build out.
Fair enough. No, I look forward to seeing that. Specifically on trash recycling costs, this is an issue I've been working on with you for the beginning. The curbside compost, to put it in perspective, it was first a hearing order with the brother of a current colleague who used to serve on this body close to 10 years ago. It was then reintroduced with another colleague who is now a member of Congress. So we've been working on this for a decade. Delighted to have seen the RFPs last year. You mentioned in your opening remarks there have been 2 vendors. So what is the timeline on that? When can I bid? And it's a subscription service, which I actually think is the right approach for folks. So this is going to cost 0 money to the city of Boston. Individuals will have to pay for it, but we can leverage a better rate for them through our bulk purchasing power. When can I start to compost in Greta Road in West Roxbury?
It is a great question. I don't have a specific date. Our expectation is that this summer. And one small note, I know you know this, but we are investing $200,000 in this so that it can be even lower cost for, as you know.
Yes, fair point.
That came out of one of your hearings.
Little cost to the taxpayer, and in fact, 20% of all waste that goes into our waste stream is organic, which could be composted. So if we're paying $100 or $90 per ton, we actually are saving money. So that's a fair point though to bring up. And then the other aspect, you know, I've been talking about something that isn't always necessarily politically popular, but I think it's important. It's a way to move away from single stream recycling. We're doing that somewhat with the organics, with the composting. Obviously, I'm old enough to remember when we first had the little recycle bins, when we went to single stream recycling in the city. But we've got such a high contamination rate that it's one of the factors that is causing the cost to be so high. So my question is twofold. In a post-COVID-19 world, do you see that affecting the recycling market as a commodity? Is it going to make it more difficult or perhaps better for us, more favorable rates and more favorable lower cost? And then secondly, you had said in your, we had some pre-questions which you were able to answer, and thank you to the chair for facilitating that, that there was no effort or no plan to move away from single stream, but you were going to invest, I think it was $200,000 or maybe even $1 million on education. And so can you talk a little bit about that? So first off, do you see the market getting more favorable in a post-COVID-19 or less?
It's a good question. I think we've been looking to see if the market will sort of correct, and it has certainly not yet over the course of this last year, although Brian Coughlin, who leads our waste reduction division, is tracking that much more closely than I am, and we're part of sort of an EPA group that sort of understand the direction the market's going. I've not heard, but this is, others may certainly know, and I just don't, whether sort of projections about how COVID-19 itself might adjust or accelerate the advancement of sort of a domestic industry for taking recyclables. Happy to actually dive into that. I think it's an important, really important subject. We are certainly looking still at single stream and encouraging people to recycle right. You're correct that certainly single stream, in places that have single stream, the contamination rate is typically higher. Our contamination rate, I believe, is in sort of the 15 to 20% range at this point. Though there is not a contractual benefit from lowering that contamination rate, it's certainly the right thing to do. And that is why we sent out that mailer to every single household in the city of Boston, why we've translated that into 10 languages, and why we put $100,000 into this budget, this operating budget, the waste reduction division, to basically really expand our communications around recycling right. And importantly, are hiring a staff person to work for Brian to be able to actually work on this issue and manage things like the curbside composting pilot specifically.
No, I think that's a fair point. I would just gently push back on the fact that I would argue there is a financial benefit to moving away. And I'll give you the example is that textiles are still a very valuable commodity. And there are vendors that will pay municipalities to run their entire textile recycling. So that would remove the textiles from the recycling while generating some revenue for the city.
Totally, and just sort of in line with that, we actually did send out a textile RFP. We are contracting with a company called Helpsy. So essentially, to your point, we are segmenting that waste stream, although it will not necessarily look, I think to your point, it won't look like, hey, you're now going to have 2 barrels at the curb. Yeah. But we will have a textile route, we will have a food waste route, and we will have a traditional recycling route. And I think I'm happy that we have evaluation money in our budget as well, because I think it's important for us to try these things out, to figure out what works, figure out what communication messages work, and then scale or adjust as need be.
No, understood. And we are completely on the same page on this, Chris. Are we, just to be clear, is the textile going to be curbside pickup, or is it going to be sort of those bins at central locations a la Project Oscar?
Helpsy actually does both. So there'll be some drop-off locations, and then there is curbside. Mike, I'm blanking. It's called an advanced curbside? Like
it is, yeah.
It is, yeah. So it's like bulk item pickup.
Perfect. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chair.
I would also just one comment too, Councilor, is that going away from single stream and that option would be great. Would be something on the table. We just need the infrastructure somewhere to obviously take the material in that form.
Understood. And I am pushing for the city of Boston to have our own recycling plant. It is a dream of mine. I'm going to continue to work on it. Obviously, the economic forecast is difficult right now, but if we could actually do that, I think that we could both solve the issue, solve the cost, provide better service, and address this huge factor of climate change. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Kenzie.
Thank you, Councillor O'Malley. Next up is Councillor Edwards, and then it'll be Councillor Sabi George, and then Councillor Mejia. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to, first of all, thank a lot of folks personally for all the work in the district that I have, Michael Grohl, Ty Jackson, Joe Blazo, Nick Mustachio. I want to thank the Hokies, especially Billy and Lenny. There's just an immense amount of work that happens on the ground, and the work, honestly, for the Prado and so much infrastructure that's been put in the district, and really demonstrating that the historic preservation and making sure that it is the shining jewel that it needs to be. I just want to thank you for that. I mean, ribbon cuttings are great, but just reminding people, even in the tough times and times like this, the work that's been done. I do want to go and also thank Greg. We finally got Bova's Corner fixed, and so no one will step off the curb and break their thigh, because that's how big the gap was. And there are no buts, honestly. I want to keep emphasizing a lot of the work that I still want to see. I know that you guys are going to be working with the East Boston Task Force. There will be capital, and I saw that answer, so I appreciate that. So I'll be turning to the task force, and hopefully, I don't know, are you guys convening that task force? That's one of my questions. And when will you start convening the task force? Because we now know you guys are going to work with them. The other thing is, it is about the trash cans. I know we have municipal lots, and I know that there's two right now that are looking, might look to do that. And I appreciate that answer, but I'm wondering, honestly, there's got to be some other way to add some more trash cans. I mean, I can walk from Eagle Hill all the way down to Airport Station, and there are few trash cans, and those that are there are still the tipsy ones. And I know that there's still a program to get rid of those, but also to just add more. Another infrastructure that I think is worth investing in is doggy waste or pet waste trash cans that are just attached to city ones that have bags on them. Why is that important? I was in, I think, Charlotte, and they have that every so many feet, just attached on top with the regular trash can. Dogs don't know if they're in a dog park or not when they have to go to the bathroom, right? They're going to go where they're going to go, and that includes our city streets. And a lot of people are not going to pick that up and walk for I don't know how many feet until they get to a trash can, if at all. Sometimes they'll look for whatever greenery they can get to and then just leave it there. So I think to encourage better citizenship, we need to build that infrastructure and have doggy waste containers that have bags that are biodegradable. And then the waste containers are specifically for that waste. I don't think they're that expensive. They're actually a little smaller. You just attach them to that. And I just wanted to also, again, say thank you for all the works, especially on the bridges. I see every day how much, the North End, North Washington Bridge, is growing and will continue to grow. It's I think it's going to be the shining jewel, honestly, connecting two neighborhoods. But again, if we could work through that timeline, especially now that we have this COVID, I know construction is going to be allowed starting on the 18th of May. Is that the priority? I think I asked for a prioritization of lists for those bridges and during our last session. So we have the McArdle Bridge in between East Boston and Chelsea. We have this bridge between Charlestown and East Boston. We have the other, I think we were working on the up and down bridge over in East Boston. So what is the prioritization? Where are the emergencies? I think we were discussing how are we moving faster and which ones are going to be moved on the most. And I'll leave it at that. I have other questions that I'll come back to in the next round, but I'm not going to get gavelled out. So, sorry.
So a couple of quick answers. I think that Para, you might have unmuted yourself on that last question. So in terms of the East Boston Task Force, and Greg and Veet may cover this as well. We want to make sure that it's synced up with Plan East Boston. So as Plan East Boston wraps up, this will really take the transportation recommendations and move them forward. Again, there's some money in BTD's budget to be able to move forward on some of the quick wins associated with that and be able to identify and sort of advance some designs that might be coming out of those conversations.
But are they going to be meeting on Zoom? Is that what you mean by moving forward? Are they going to be meeting on Zoom soon?
So I think, and Vineet can definitely tell me if I'm off on this. I don't know if we're going to convene yet until for a little bit, but Vineet, what's, do you know the current timeline?
Yeah, I don't think the Transportation Action Committee for East Boston has been scheduled to convene yet, but we are hopeful that we can do that in early fall.
I see the gavel. I want to say I apologize, Michael. It's Broll, and I said Grohl. I'm so sorry.
No worries, please.
On trash cans, obviously, we have, again, the 300, 310. Largely, it's about tip replacement, Councillor, as you referenced, and looking for expansion sites as well. To your opening comments, with credit to Vineet and Tapara and their collaboration on Central Square, that won an award, and we just found out that North Square also just won an historic preservation award. So credit there. And then on bridge prioritization, we've got we can talk more about the bridges when we get to the capital section, but North Washington Street Bridge is certainly underway and the state is moving very, very quickly on that.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Edwards. Next up, Councillor Asabi George, and then it'll be Councillor Mejia and then Councillor Arroyo. Councillor Asabi George.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, everyone, and Chief, for your thorough presentation. In the past and over the last few years, we've had lots of conversations about safe needle disposal, and my understanding is that when we are coming up on improperly discarded needles, that we're often reaching out to the mobile sharps team, and we've talked about training the members of Public Works and across the board. So I'm just curious where we are on that training, and have we? I know the answer is yes, but can you talk a little bit about the increase in improperly discarded needles and what we're doing through your efforts to get them off the streets as quick as possible? Thank you, Chief.
Sure, Chris, I'll jump in if you don't mind. So we do work in close relationship with Devin Lock and the Sharps team, but we've also with the MassCast 2.0 team that we put on the streets, I think November 5th-ish. Members of that team have been trained, and they actually have been taking needles themselves, putting them away safely, transporting them to the Sharps team who are also on the street in that area. We do have ongoing conversations with our labor piece about the citywide effort to lead them there. As of right now, the city council body adding those teams to the Sharps gets us inside of an hour turnaround time. We don't leave a needle. We'll put them safely. We'll notify. We'll be in the same area. So I give a lot of credit to Devin Larkin on this piece. She's taken it. The 311 app has helped a lot in getting the 311 call takers to kind of know what's what and what level of importance, and the right people to call has helped. And that Danny Nee to Devin Larkin text chain I'm on 4 times a day, maybe. Not always about needles, but it's always got a needle piece to it. Devin's also been great too about when we do our cleanups in any specific area, with not just Mass and Cass, but as unfortunately we know, there are spots near Ronan Park or up on the hills on Sawyer Street, just different pockets of some problematic opioid situations. Devin's team does a sweep, we call it. They get in ahead of time. That's been very helpful. But we did roll out some training and some folks on that MassCast 2.0 team who have started that function. I will say that with a pause because of this situation, we paused that effort as a whole. They've now put on split shifts and the whole kind of trying to social distance folks.
Yeah, and I appreciate that effort for sure. It just seems like a duplication of effort if we have to call the mobile sharps to dispose of needles. That it has been, this is, my 5th budget cycle. We've talked about needles for a really long time. Yeah. We've got to get to a point where all of our employees across the city are able to safely discard needles and not call in the mobile sharps team, which is really stretched to the limits. And we'll talk about it in the Health Commission hearing, but that mobile sharps team is stretched to the limit with pickup and also doing very active engagement outreach with our population that's experiencing homelessness, that's certainly struggling with substance use disorders. So I don't know if we can speak to the volume at all that you all are discarding, or is that going directly through mobile sharps and 24 Trauma and the Health Commission?
So to speak to the number piece, I don't know the volume. That all that volume is tracked through them. I can definitely appreciate and understand the mobile shops teams being stretched to capacity. That's something that our folks feel as well. So I understand your point about their workload and efforts because we're in the same boat. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. I don't know if the chief had something to add to that. Great, and I appreciate the following up with some of the questions from our working session. The rest of my questions as it relates to Public Works, I'm sorry, no, most of the rest of my questions are in capital. I do have a question about raised crosswalks. How many do we have in the city? And do we have a pipeline plan for additional raised crosswalks? I'm a huge fan of them, especially at near senior housing, playgrounds, and at the very least elementary schools where our littlest kids are.
So I don't know if we have a specific count. It is certainly becoming a feature that we are making into a number of our projects. On Center Street between Jackson Square and Hyde Square, we've added a whole set of raised crosswalks over the course of this last year. It's part of the design for Tremont Street in the South End. It's part of the design for Ruggles Street in Roxbury. It's a core part of all of our neighborhood slow streets interventions. It's a feature that we are looking to put in when we're actually rebuilding pedestrian ramps. So long as the sort of drainage issues that potentially come with them can be are not an issue or can be managed easily, it's something that we're looking to put in as simply a traffic calming standard. And certainly to your point around safe routes to school, we have I believe it's $900,000 grant, although Vanita, Greg can correct me on that, a $900,000 grant essentially to do a whole set of safe routes to school work in Roxbury, and that will be a sort of major part of what that money is going to.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll get to the rest of my questions in capital.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Councillor Sabi George. And I do want to note we were joined a while back by Councillor Ed Flynn, who's also. So right now, the next step is Councillor Mejia, then it will be Councillor Arroyo, and then Councillor Baker. Councillor Mejia.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Bach, and thank you to the team for your fabulous presentation. I really do appreciate your thoroughness, and I was really happy to hear the efforts that you're making on the language translation and access. So thank you for all that. Greatly appreciate it. So I just have a few questions, Councillor Bach, you'll be happy to know. One is for PWD, your FY budget goal is to launch a recruitment campaign for engineers and skilled laborers. Was that campaign in multilingual? The other question is to continue on Councillor Bach's question. A lot of neighborhoods don't have recycling bins. I know that residents can request bins online and over the phone, but I'm wondering if that process has been made available in other languages. You know, I just want to know what that outreach strategy has looked like. And then can you explain how you will implement your FY21 contracting policies? Where are you looking to expand on your pool of respondents, and what will the process look like? I'm just curious in terms of just increasing the diversity goals. I'm a little confused about the overtime budget for PWD. The budget narrative states that PWD has spent one amount in overtime costs. However, in the PWE summary section, it states that it has spent over $1 million more than the budget narrative says. Can you just explain the reason for that difference in the amount reported? I'm just curious about that. And then I've just gotten some questions from constituents that I said that I'm their voice and I'm gonna here to amplify, and maybe you might defer me somewhere else, but it's about sidewalks, the curb cuts, I think they're called, that some have asphalt, the black thingamajiggy, and some are concrete. There's some discrepancies which one gets what, and people just want some clarity about how those decisions are made. And then the other part of that question is that they have been told that I guess the nicer version of it is based on whether or not they'll get their property taxes assessed. There's some assessment that they would do with the property owners, I guess, to pay for that. So I don't know how true that is. You know, people make stuff up. So if you could just give me some clarity that I can share back with folks, that would be extremely helpful. And then my last question is in regards to more trash cans in certain parts of the city. I'm just wondering and curious about how you decide where these trash cans go. Is it because you see more garbage in certain spaces on the streets and then you decide to put a trash can there? Is it that people are calling you and asking for them? I'm just curious because I have seen, when I drive around my way in different parts of the city, that I see more trash cans in certain neighborhoods and not as many in others. So I'm just wondering what the process is around that. And then the last question, I think you alluded to it during the, when you were talking about streetlights, but I'm also curious that there's some neighborhoods that I feel can be better lit. And I'm just wondering what are we doing to make sure that happens? And that's it. I think I under 2 minutes here, Bach. How you like that?
All right, so to go through those, I think first on the OT, on your overtime question, I think what was presented, that larger number, that was presented, is a reflection of all of the overtime for public works, including overtime associated with snow. The lower number is simply the overtime associated with public works non-snow activities, which is why there's that discrepancy, and I'm happy to follow up with sort of more detail if that's of help. Our recruitment campaign, there's funding, again, I believe it's $15,000 in this budget to be able to do that. Certainly interested in reaching out to a wide audience. Really like the idea of a multilingual campaign there as well. Happy to work with, frankly, the entire council as we think about recruiting candidates for some of these positions. Really, it's about a set of engineering positions and a set of sort of skilled heavy motor equipment operator positions within our highway division. The recycling bin question, again, this is an example of a time when we, before, and Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, it was 9 months over the course of the year that we used to do recycling bins?
8, yep, it was 8
months over the course of the year. This past year, credit to Mike and Brian Coughlin and others, pulled that out as a separate contract. It actually ended up going to 2 businesses owned by persons of color. And they are actually now providing same day or near same day sort of like response on recycling bin requests. So people should call if they've got a recycling bin request. I don't know if you can make those requests online in multiple languages, but we can certainly work with Do It and our language translation team on that. There is some history, and I saw Para unmute himself. There is some history to your sidewalk question, which, Para, do you want to give the answer to that, and happy to give more detail?
Yes, Councillor, Massachusetts has a rather interesting law that is embedded in a statute called 393. Basically, when you go through the history of time, some of the sidewalks were built in asphalt, that is the black color stuff, versus the traditional material, which is concrete. So there's a price difference between the asphalt and the concrete, and if homeowners or a stretch of street that has the asphalt, if they want to convert that thing to concrete, there's a process called the Betterment Act. Again, this is state legislature acts, and the city absorbs half the cost, and the remaining costs are divided amongst all the property owners. Most times these costs come to about $500 per property, and they have up to 10 years, if they so choose, to pay for it. So that's the Peter's Digest version. I'll be happy to sit with you, Councillor, and explain it to you in more gory details.
To your street lighting question, we light our streets to IES standards, to the Illuminating Engineer standard. We are also always interested in constituent feedback, council feedback about particular blocks. So if there's blocks in mind that you'd like our street lighting engineering team to go take a look at, they are happy to take a look and see whether it needs additional lights, like stronger light levels or replacement of light type. And that's some work with great credit to Mike Donaghy, to Joe Sullivan, that we've been doing additional work on. And then your trash can question, that is something which and recycling question, we are interested in putting more out on the street. We do have funding to put more out on the street. And as Mike mentioned, Danny Nee has really been coordinating that work.
Great.
Good job, you guys. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mejia. Thank you, Chief Osgood. All right, next up is Councillor Arroyo, and then it'll be Councillor Baker, and then Councillor Janey. Councillor Arroyo.
Thank you so much. And I just want to say thank you to the folks on this call, or this Zoom rather. I've definitely had issues where I've had to reach out, and they've been very responsive. And I think the fact that so far, I think you're the only department to pre-answer some of these questions just goes to the efficiency that we really appreciate. So thank you so much. Quick question to figure out whether or not this set of questions is for you all. I know, Chris, that you played a big role in the creation of 311, the app itself. Who actually runs the 311 app? So like if I had a question about, I know there's plans, or I've heard of plans to kind of restructure 311 and bring it up to modern times. I think we were the first out the gate. Now a couple cities have more intricate, better versions of this. Essentially, who would I give those questions to? Is that a Public Works or is that somebody else?
No, even though most of the 311 requests do go to Public Works, Transportation, and ISD, the sort of policy direction though for 311 is really set by Chief Jerome Smith, and the sort of the tech direction is really set by David Elgis, our CIO of the city CIO. So I would start with Jerome and with David, depending on whether it's a policy or a tech question. We play a very integral role because we are the
usually they're calling for you, right? So okay, so that's one. You have been asked about the contract diversity. I just want to reiterate that's incredibly important to me as we go forward with, you know, post-COVID. This is really you know, the city has minimal ways in which we can really inject cash into the economy, and this is one way to do that, and to make sure we equitably do that is incredibly important to me. But since you've already answered it and we got a time thing, I'm going to move forward on that. From the trash can thing, which we've heard quite a bit, barrels and trash cans. I actually have Washington Street has a number of businesses. Pre-COVID, their trash cans were removed because of abuses, because there's a policy essentially if people are dumping things in the trash can, essentially they tolerate it for a little bit and then they just take the trash cans. Is there any way to get big belly solar type of trash cans, which really have the protected openings and makes it harder for somebody to abuse that? Is there any way to get one, more of those in the city, and two, specifically in District 5? Trash cans comes up all of the time.
So, Counselor, I think I'm well aware of even the locations you're talking about. And yes, there is. So with that 310 unit allotment, which I should give credit to the Mayor's Youth Council for finding the funding. There's actually a young lady who's, I think, a constituent of yours, Counselor, in Hyde Park. Gianna Borgos drove the bus on this to get us some money with the Cleaner Streets approach. These are domed. These are, I call them the fluted, nice ornamental style. You'll see a lot that were implemented slowly downtown about 15 years ago, and they've worked their way out. That style should stop exactly what you're talking about rightly. That was the reason some of those those tipsy open tops were taken away. And your area and those spots in particular are on that list. It's a roughly $1,300 container, as opposed to the $7,500 to $10,000 for a big belly. We've grown to like the nice fluted ornamental style that has the larger volume capacity. It helps that we like what's cheaper than the big belly piece. And we've also had some conversations with some folks in the immediate around the COVID situation with these big bellies and the touching and handling. So I think we're going to solve that problem with these new styles that we've got coming in the next 6 weeks. But your comments well heard. That will go a long way to stopping the abuse and allowing these things to stay out there for us to collect on a normal, regular schedule.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. That's actually one, that is cheaper, and two, that it's better. That works great. And then just a quick question on the diversity numbers within Public Works itself. Do you have those offhand, or is that something that I might have to just email and see what those numbers are in terms of how many of the folks working in Public Works are diverse?
Shoot me an email. We can get that to you. I have it close at hand, but not immediately at hand. Yeah,
and so we'll just save the time because, you know, I can get that. I know you're responsive. And then I think I had one other question. You did the contracting. The COVID funding, right? There's some needed COVID expenditures, right? One of the things we were hearing a lot about are like masks and gloves are thrown on the floor. The barrels would be helpful for this too, but like masks and gloves are just kind of getting thrown around. There's a number of different waste things that I'm sure are coming up, increased tonnage you brought up, right? And I saw that coming too early in this when we were going to do that. But my question specifically is, do we know yet how much that's impacted the budget? So when we talk about excess funds and spending it towards that, do we know how much of that is going to get taken up by that? Do we have exact kind of figures on that?
We do, I think we've projected, and Mike, you may know specifically, but we've projected for the balance of this fiscal year. It is, I think, in the several $100,000 range, and then thinking about how that factors in for next fiscal year. I think we're looking at, Mike, around $400,000 increased expenditure in FY20, and then we'll think about we'll have to project what that might mean for FY21. That's on the trash and recycling disposal volume increase. Mike, is that right?
Correct. Yeah, and obviously we're watching every week as things ebb and flow. They've not been ebbing; they've been flowing. So, that 400 might move, but yes, we are taking that into effect.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to end it there. I see a gavel. I don't need to hear the alarm. But thank you so much for the work you do, and thank you to my colleagues for asking questions that allow me to kind of build off of it and not have to use all this time. So I appreciate them too for their thoughtfulness and their questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arroyo. Next up is Councillor Baker, then it'll be Councillor Janey, and then Councillor Flynn. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chris, Councillor Flaherty had asked about the recycling in the trash contract. Is that up this year? We never got an answer on that. And what can we expect there if we were paying $90 a ton in trash and $140 in recycling? What can we expect for those numbers?
Yep. So the contract was bid last year. This is year one of a 5-year contract. There are three one-year extensions. The trash disposal, the $92 number, that is fixed. The recycling number is actually floating depending upon whether there is a cost, a value to the commodity. And so if the value of the commodity is zero, so it basically they're not making any money off of it, the actual cost per ton is $125. If it actually costs money to get rid of recyclables at this point, basically to pay somebody to take it, we actually get charged that difference up to $165. So right now it's around 140 or 145, which means for every ton of recycling they're taking in, they're having to pay somebody essentially $15 to take it off of their hands. If that becomes positive, to Councillor O'Malley's questions of like when the market will bounce back into the conversations, Councillor Baker, that we've had, then you'll see it ideally go up, the cost lower from 125.
Okay, rapid fire questions now. Corporate, the compost subscriptions, is that going to be available citywide? Raised Crosswalks, you talked about quite a few. You named a whole bunch of neighborhoods. D3 was not mentioned in there. I've been a proponent and I've been pushing the slow streets my entire career here. Yes. Street lighting, how are they doing? I see almost $1 million less in payment going there. Are you hiring from City Academy, the CDL people that we're training with? I mean, because that's, I think, in line with what people are talking about, diversity in these new hiring. And also double poles, Chris, with if you go around, there's double poles every place. We've been complaining about them myself for 10 years here now, haven't had one single removed, but in the last year they've come around, they've driven like almost like a metal pylon down next to them and strapped them. They're terrible looking. How do we get rid of those? How do we get rid of the double poles? Why is Verizon able to come in and do that? Did they ask you if they could do that? So did you write those down?
I did.
Out there.
All right, so just to tick through them, hopefully I got them all. On City Academy, Bill Coughlin, who leads our Central Fleet Division, was actually one of the sort of early sort of partners on City Academy and has been leading the CDL classes. He is somebody who's a huge believer in just training and mentorship, and has actually a long-term partnership with Madison Park around that. So that's certainly something we see that as a huge pipeline for positions within Public Works as well as positions within the city.
Have you hired from it?
Yes, Chris, I'll jump in. I'm sorry, Councillor. We have very successfully. They've been incredible additions. They're welcome in a situation where our pay scale is what it is. So we don't get people from Massport. We lose people to Massport, right? Like in, Massport can be water and sewer.
Places like that.
Yes. So it's been an incredible pipeline. We have been hiring them. It's been a resource that we hope to only expand. I'm sorry, Chief.
Thank you, Mike.
Street lighting, you're right, the budget has gone down. The line item within the budget that's basically gone down is the utility line item, and I'll break that out for you, but the actual sort of cost of the streetlights themselves, of powering the streetlights, we're reducing in this budget based upon the projections of the streetlighting division. But I can get you some more detail on
So
that.
that's not, that's just like an energy bill?
Exactly. Yep.
Okay.
Mike, tell me if I'm off on that, but that's my understanding of it. Yeah.
100% correct. I would just add in that that to speak, this is actually relative to the point before. We've had a tough time hiring in that bucket. There's some qualifications that we've looked at and softened a little bit. So the workforce is lower than we'd want it to be. Credit to Trish Casey and Joe Sullivan and Mike Donaghy. They're working to get us a pipeline from a Wentworth or a like university or system. So there is a deficiency there that we should work on.
On double polls, I don't know the answer. I will get back to you on that. Or the specific sort of rules and responsibilities. I wonder, Mike, whether we can put that as part of our DAS, like inspector. We have a team now who basically is doing more management and auditing of utility companies and the things and the lights that they are putting in on city streets. We were able to stand that out over the course of this last year. They're focused more on antennas, but I wonder whether we can add.
Are you familiar with what I'm talking about? Where they drive the metal? Yeah, it's terrible looking. Yep. And they should have to come to us to do that sort of stuff.
And then on raised crosswalks, I don't know if Mike or I will have the answer, but it sounds like it's two of us, Mike, Vizela conversation to talk through the resurfacing plan and where this could fit in, the ramp and resurfacing plan. We've seen, and we've certainly had this conversation with a number of counselors, where it can work for when we rebuild ramps or when we resurface streets. It is certainly preferable, but let's see, we just need to get the specifics.
And again, I've been advocating in my neighborhoods for years for speed bumps, for anything that we can do to make walking more safe. You know that, Chris. So if I can get some help around that this year, I mean, people talking about it's taking a year to pave a street. It's taking me 10 years to do certain things like this. So let's. I'm gonna be hammering you on that. Thank you.
I know.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Next up is Councillor Janey, and then it will be Councillor Flynn. And then we'll go to the BTD presentation. So Councillor Janey, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And first, let me thank the administration, Chief Osgood, you and the entire team. This is one of my favorite times of year, really thinking about the neighborhood projects as a district councilor. It's exciting to see these projects underway and exciting to see when they're finally completed. So thank you for the work that you do. I want to start by following up and trying to get clear information on just where we are in terms of spending and contracting and how much is going to, and I think, a couple of counselors alluded to it earlier. I don't think I heard a clear response on this call. So if it's not readily available, happy to have it sent after the fact, but I would want the information, looking back, because I want to make sure as we move forward that we are doing better on that spend. And I would be interested if you could speak to, in the call, any plans for improving, because I know whatever it isn't where it needs to be, because we know that these departments that we're discussing in the hearing, obviously have a lot of discretionary spending, but haven't always, met the mark in terms of the goal. And I know people are committed to trying to improve in that area. So I would be interested in any thinking moving forward about how to improve, but I would want to get those figures. And the same would be true, and I don't know if this is for the capital side of the conversation, but on the BRJP goals, I'd be interested just, again, comparing where we were with where we are and moving forward, how we improve. In terms of just some public work stuff, I am interested in understanding what is needed around capacity for snow removal. Thankfully, this winter was pretty light, but always want to make sure that that the snow is being taken care of in my district in terms of needles. I've raised concerns before around Orchard Gardens, and my memory is that there was some investment there in terms of needle pickup. Be interested in hearing, what that is and what the situation is over there. This is probably going into the transportation, so I won't get into it here, but I do love all the other things like the flashing beacon things. So I'll pause there and hear a response and then try to save other questions for other rounds. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor. So I'll take the procurement piece and then Mike on snow and needle pickup. So we'll get you some specific figures, both historical and current on procurement spend and on BRJP. I would say that our approach has been twofold. The work which we have been doing that we're going to continue to do is sort of do a lot of outreach, join the economic development workshops. We have been, I believe, at every single one of those talking about procurement opportunities with the city of Boston, thinking about some of the specific work that we need done, whether it's maintenance on Melnia Cass or the work in Dixon Park or the delivery of recycling carts, opportunities that we want to make sure are promoted widely. We're also very mindful that there's sort of, again, within public works, at least, our contracts are by sort of dollar value, by spend. There's a small number of contracts that really comprise a significant portion of our budget. And we want to begin to think, as those longer term contracts come up over the next couple of years, is there groundwork we can be laying now to have a broader set of respondents and a more diverse set of respondents to those contracts. So I'm happy to think through what that might look like with you over the course of the years ahead.
And I'm happy to do that, Chief. Thank you so much. In terms, I do have specific District 7 projects that I'd like to talk about. I don't know if we should say that for the capital side of it, but obviously Blue Hill Ave and Ruggles Street, Whittier, there are a bunch of things that I can say for BTD or capital or wherever they belong, Chairwoman Bach.
Yeah, if we can save those for that second round.
I'm happy to do that. Thank you. And I didn't mean to cut you off, Chief. So if you had more, if other members of the team wanted to add, that's fine.
Turn over to Mike in a sec. I think if I'm remembering correctly, in the working session, you'd flagged Ruggles, Blue Hill Ave, Melnia Cass, Warren Street.
Yeah.
A lot of those have, and I believe have yet to go out to bid. But happy to sort of talk to the timeline with you, and I can put that together.
Timeline and process. So I'd be interested in the RFP and who we're reaching out to really, again, make sure that we're improving in these areas. So happy to think that through with you. I appreciate your response and all of your work. Thank you so much, Chief, and members of your team. Thank you.
Mike, do you want to talk snow?
Oh yeah, I'll quickly touch on the Orchard Gardens piece. There was some work done there. We wouldn't take credit for it. The team of Devin Larkin, Rob Consalvo, Chief Martinez, also I think Stephen Pascantilia Parks, they added both resources and some containers over there, but I think they can speak to it easier in their hearing. I see the gavel up, so I'll talk snow real quick. We are always talking snow 12 months of the year. We're always looking into what could come our way, what do we need. We got a great influx of equipment last year, post winter. This year's snow budget obviously being lighter than most. We'll see what goes on with that. But we're always kicking the tire on different things. We're losing a lot of space in snow farming with just different development occurring throughout the city. What used to be a snow farm is now a high rise, or is now a development or a building of some sort. So we're always looking at different options. A snow melter has been on my mind lately, as you don't need snow farm capacity. But to answer your question, Madam President, it's always the discussion where I'm always concerned about it.
I appreciate that. I don't want that bell to go off. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, we were getting close there. All right, next up is Councillor Flynn. Councillor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Council Block. Thank you, Council Block. And thank you to the Public Works and the Transportation team and Chief Osgood. Thank you. I know this one we're focused on Public Works. Want to say thank you to the Public Works team that I see out there every day. They're doing an outstanding job. They work hard. They're very professional, and they really represent the city extremely well. Danny Nee and Eric Prentice, but I also love talking to the Hokies that I see at Andrews Square, and I see them in Chinatown. And there's no better representatives for the city of Boston than those dedicated workers. So on Public Works, I'm part of a working group with the Chinatown community on clean streets. The Hokies are doing the best they can. Public Works is doing the best they can. But as you know, challenges with restaurants. Can we do more work cleaning our streets, working with the restaurants, being more proactive? Again, the Public Works is doing very well, but we need to do a better job of educating residents and educating owners of restaurants. That's one issue. Residents in South Boston asking me, trash cans on Broadway. I know there might be some challenges about that, but wanted to highlight that anyway. I'm often in Villa Victoria. One issue that I'm always concerned about is sidewalks. Villa Victoria, the sidewalks in Villa Victoria need some work. John Santiago is the rep over there, has also asked me about it recently, several times. A lot of elderly, a lot of persons with disabilities in and around the Villa Victoria area. I know you talked about the Tremont Street as well, Chief Osgood, about slowing, making improvements so it's more pedestrian friendly, it's safer for the residents. Just those issues I wanted to highlight briefly, and if I have other questions, I'll just forward them to you guys, but any comments about those would be helpful.
Sure, I'll start, and Mike, feel free to, go ahead, Mike.
No, I guess, Chris, I'll give you, so I think Councilor Flynn, I greatly appreciate the Chinatown comments. And the way you frame it in a coordination context is very helpful. There's been some work in the past. I think we can step it up and increase that code enforcement, street cleaning, communication piece. I'd love your help on that. I think we're looking for. I always go back to the South End has Steve Fox, and if Chinatown or different neighborhoods don't, if you could help facilitate that conversation, I'd love it. I would rather not use the stick, which is that code enforcement piece, to get to the same end, which is clean streets. So I definitely lean back on you if you can help in any way. And then as it relates to trash cans on Broadway, as you know, you talk with Danny a lot. Danny Nee, I'm sorry. We could always look at expanding these. Again, it's always based off of a smart expansion, as I noted before, where they're not going to be abused. But I've heard that repeatedly through this hearing, which is good to hear and know. We can further that conversation with where the best and smartest place to put them.
Just to pick up on the other two issues, Villa Victoria sidewalks and Tremont Street, you'll see that in this capital budget, there's a significant expansion of funding for Tremont Street so that design, which is really about pedestrian safety, that design can move forward. Our team will take a look at the sidewalks in Villa Victoria. I know you'd flagged that in the working session. We've expanded our toolkit this year to be able to do sidewalk work. So besides the Walkable Streets program that we talked about earlier, that sort of more comprehensive approach to rebuilding sidewalks. We've got some new things in our toolkit to do spot repairs. Some things that actually came out of some conversations with Councilor Baker and others. And so we can see whether that might be the right intervention there in Villa Victoria, but our team will take a look.
Yeah, thank you. And I love seeing that the power washing crew out in the city as well. Not only are they cleaning the streets effectively, but it's also an awesome image, and it's a public education campaign as well, letting people, encouraging people to take pride in their neighborhood and not to litter. So public awareness, public education is also critical. I see my colleague Kenzie Block with the gavel there, so that's enough for me. So again, thank you for all your hard work.
Thanks, Councilor.
Great, thank you so much, Councilor. Recognizing now Councilor Wu, who's also joined us, and then we'll go back to BTD. So Councilor Wu, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to Chief and Commissioners and various others who are on this call. I want to note it was a great presentation with the Northern Avenue Bridge sort of webinar last night. So that was, I know how hard you all are working late into the evenings as well. I had one question on this portion of the hearing, which is in terms of the snow removal fund, what, where does that stand in this moment? How much was sort of saved given mild weather, and are there already immediate plans for how that would be redirected?
So, Councillor, we've spent roughly $10 million right now, but that does not include the chargebacks from the fleet work that's been done over the winter, keeping up our equipment. It also doesn't take into account some other departments draw off of that budget, so those haven't been inputted. I'm gonna give a ballpark and say between 12 and 13 million. We'll see when this is done. That leaves 12 to 13, 11 to 12 million available. It's above my pay grade to find out what goes on with that money, but I'm sure it's well thought of by many. But that's kind of where we are at the moment.
Thank you. And I know there will be further conversations just across the city budget in terms of post-audit, what wasn't used. I think the last thing I'll say in this section is that just to note, given tight council calendars with Ways and Means, just found a date. Thank you so much, Central staff, for our hearing on safe streets, which will be next Tuesday evening, the 12th at 5:30. So again, I know how busy you all are, but would hope that the administration could join us for that conversation as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thanks so much, Councillor Wu. Okay, we're going to go to the presentation, and I'm going to make a slight modification, which is I'm going to suggest that that Chief Osgood's team presents the BTD operating, and then Para joins and shifts into capital, and then we do a round of questions on both. Because flipping ahead, I saw that nearly all, I think, of what we're talking about in capital is BTD, is transportation related anyways, and I think I want councillors to be able to ask their capital questions in the next round, so I think we'll do that.
Madam Chair, just a quick question. If we don't need the whole panel, some of them released?
Yes, so we've already structured it this way, partly so that some public works folks who may have been sitting watching can move on. And then, yeah, I think I trust Chief Osgood to retain who he needs to retain for capital. And
yep.
Is that all right with you, Chief?
That's totally fine.
Okay, great, excellent. All right, so why don't you guys jump in?
Great. I will share my screen again and then turn it over to Greg Rooney, Commissioner Greg Rooney, who will walk us through the transportation portion.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning. I think it's still morning, councilors. Thank you for this opportunity. Barely, yes. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today about the recent achievements and future goals of the Boston Transportation Department. In the interest of time, I will be brief with my opening remarks. 1 year ago yesterday, Mayor Walsh gave me the privilege of returning to lead a department that I had been proudly served in for nearly a decade. Since then, I've been humbled by the outstanding work that is being conducted on a daily basis, and I'm excited to participate in the groundbreaking projects that are being done to improve transportation in Boston. The events of the past 2 months have only reinforced my sense of pride being part of this tremendous team. Cannot say enough about the incredible efforts undertaken by the women and men of BTD under unprecedented circumstances. Collectively, we have worked tirelessly to help medical professionals with transportation and parking as they care for our fellow Bostonians, assisted with food access and food banks as they scale up operations to meet the surging demand to serve those in need, aided with the setup of drive-through testing facilities throughout the city, supported restaurants struggling to conduct business by implementing over 60 5-minute pickup delivery zones. This number continues to increase. Actively working to repurpose our streets and sidewalks to allow for more social distancing and to assist restaurants and other small businesses as they start to reopen, all while maintaining continuity of operations in order to ensure that the quality of life needs of our residents are met. In accordance with Go Boston 2030, BTD's team is making every effort to institute changes to ensure a safe, reliable, effective, and equitable transportation network in the city. I joined staff from all BTD divisions: enforcement, operations, the Office of the Parking Clerk, engineering, policy and planning, and the administration and finance unit, in thanking Mayor Walsh, Chief Osgood, and the members of the Boston City Council for your support each and every day. As I just mentioned, it is important to remember that the Boston Transportation Department's mission per Go Boston 2030 is to ensure safe, reliable, accessible, and equitable access for all users of Boston's streets. It is BTD's responsibility to work towards providing quality transportation opportunities for pedestrians, bicyclists, public transit riders, and motorists. In addition, we must balance access to the curb between residential and commercial interests. In FY20, BTD made significant progress towards these goals, and in FY21, we will enthusiastically continue this momentum. I'll touch briefly on some of our major accomplishments in FY20 and also some of our goals for FY21. So in FY20, we created our transit team, and that team was able to move forward with the installation of new dedicated bus lanes on Brighton Avenue, North Washington Street, and Summer Street, among others. Our active transportation unit expanded the bike share network with the installation of 40 new stations. We made significant progress on the new bike corridor accelerator, which will expand the city's high comfort bike network through the Southwest Corridor extension into downtown and on major corridors, including Mass Ave, south of Melnia, Cambridge Street, and Com Ave. Vision Zero, we've constructed 2 neighborhood slow streets and designed 10 zones that begin construction in FY21. We've installed 33 new speed feedback signs, bringing the total to 99. Made significant progress on redesigning the city's most challenging corridors and intersections for both tactical interventions and full reconstruction, and supported passage of the hands-free driving law. Our operations unit has upgraded pavement marking citywide with the city's increased investment over the past 2 years. We estimate the portion of our pavement markings in good condition has increased from 38% to 70%. We've also upgraded school zone flashing signs citywide. Installation of electric vehicle charging stations throughout 6 municipal lots is underway, and we've executed 18 transportation access plan agreements thus far in FY20 and projecting 6 to 8 additional agreements to be completed by June 30th. Our goals for FY21 include, with the transit team, the Blue Hill Avenue community planning process will produce early action items in the fall of 2020. Columbus Avenue concept design will advance with a goal of installation in the fall of 2020. Overall, we plan to make significant progress on the 10 dedicated bus lanes in our design pipeline. On the active transportation front, the Better Bike Corridors expect construction to be completed on Cambridge Street in Alston, Beacon Street in Fenway, Mass Ave in Roxbury and Dorchester, Dudley Square Phase 1 in Roxbury, Harrison Avenue in Chinatown, and South Bay Harbor Trail in South Boston and South End. Blue Bikes is aiming to add approximately 25 new stations, including an expansion in Hyde Park for the first time. We were slated to host the NACTO 2020 conference. Unfortunately, due to the current events, this year's conference has been canceled with a plan to reschedule for 2022. Vision Zero, construct at least 5 neighborhood slow streets with the goal of beginning construction on 10 existing slow street zones. Install 30 to 40 additional speed feedback signs, continue to proactively redesign our most challenging intersections and corridors with a focus on Stewart Street, Center Street, West Roxbury, Boylston Street, and Harrison Ave. We'll also be continuing with the expansion of EV charging station, the EV charging station program in the municipal lots, and we'll expand our intelligent traffic signals in the Seaport. This is just a brief summary of some of the accomplishments and goals of the Transportation Department. I'd like to acknowledge just a handful of our staff. I could really single out every individual, but on the operations side, led by Deputy Commissioner Brad Garrett, Don Keogh and Mike Devine have done a tremendous job in the recent weeks with posting for the restaurants and other no parking restrictions for the testing sites and other locations. Enforcement, Tom McKay and Irene Landry, along with Joe Smith, have done a tremendous job. The parking clerk, Steve McGuire, engineering, Ed Hesford, the permitting unit, Amy Cording, Don Burgess in the Traffic Management Center, Vineet and Stephanie Suskin on the policy and planning side, and Coleman Flaherty and Hong Nguyen on the A&F side. With that, we're eager to continue this important work and are happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Greg. And Councilor Bach, did you want to sort of go through the capital pieces as well and then do a round of questions, or what's your preference?
Yeah, I'd prefer that just because I think people have a lot of those questions. And also, I'll just say it has stayed on the lead slide the whole time. I'm not sure if it was meant to be shifting through, but I just wanted to note that for you all.
Apologies on that. So a lot of these are also, well, we can sort of refer back to sort of as we get to the questions, because I think there'll be some specific questions related to a lot of things that that I covered. I'll be quick in sort of a quick summary of the capital budget, which Councilor, as you said in the beginning, really is sort of in many ways a shared responsibility between the two departments, between the Public Works Department and the Transportation Department, and slated at $98 million in this upcoming fiscal year. As we look at how we're spending our capital budget and the new projects that are coming on board, we're really focused on these three specific goals and values. One is the goal, which I know every single one of us shares, to have 0 deaths on our streets, 0 serious injuries. Second is to facilitate the sort of mode shift that we know will allow for a greener city, a healthier city, a growing city by increasing more people to walking, biking, and mass transit. And the third is, has come up in this conversation, that we're making sure that we're expanding access to that high quality transportation system to every single one of our residents across the city. To touch quickly on a set of new funded capital projects and programs, these are things which are a little bit different or a little bit expanded within the budget book or the budget in comparison to previous years. We have added a new project in Eagle Square. It's an example of one of the new neighborhood street pieces that we're taking on, which will help improve safety in this particular area, particularly as the police substation comes online in this section of East Boston. We're also, as Councilor Janey knows, doing some additional work, essentially to tie together a whole set of different capital projects. The reinvestment in Melnia Cass, the reinvestment in Nubian Square, the Ruggles Street project, and that this sort of Washington Street link as sort of a new piece that we are adding in. As Greg referenced, there are some investments in some of the major corridors in the city of Boston, including a $5.5 million investment on the city side around resurfacing and sidewalks and ramps along the Blue Hill Ave corridor, stretching from Mattapan Square to Grove Hall, as well as what's called in the budget book the Newmarket One Ways project. And this is a project focused really on the safety of a triangle framed by Mass Ave, Theo Glenn Way, and Southampton Street. And this is a project which sort of connects with some of the existing Vision Zero work north on Mass Ave, as well as a project that Stephanie Seskin is leading south on Mass Ave to improve bike facilities in that corridor, as well as the $25 million comprehensive reconstruction of Melnia Cass. There's also a pair of new programs that are in our budget. One is a neighborhood safety program, which essentially is going to be led by the Boston Transportation Department and Amy Cording. And this is to bring the sort of things which we know are of great interest to the council and to our constituents, things like raised crosswalks and rapid flash beacons, a number of things that have been referenced as spot interventions in our neighborhoods, particularly in response to sort of community meetings, 311 requests, et cetera. And then a dedicated sort of bus lane and bus improvement program that complements some companion investment that's going to be happening by the MBTA. To quickly sort of walk through some other specific things, as we look at safety, one of our principal programs is guided by what's called the High Crash Network. That's the map you see on the left. That map shows essentially the 7% of Boston streets where you have the highest number of crashes, whether it's for pedestrians, cyclists, or vehicles. This has really guided a lot of our major corridor work. There's a set of projects you see on the right side at the bottom, projects that we've already completed or completed elements of. Two major projects, one that's under construction and one that's going out to bid, Nubian Square and Melnia Cass. And then a whole set of projects which are likely familiar to every single one of you that are the sort of next corridors within this high crash network that we are taking on, all with the focus of really improving safety in our city. And you see sort of parenthetically some of the changes to the budget to ensure that projects like Cummins Highway, like Tremont Street that Councilor Flynn mentioned, like Ruggles Street that Councilor Janey mentioned, and Warren Street, that these things are actually have the funding they need to be able to move forward. In addition to this, as you all know, we are investing in a reconstruction and reimagination of 45 miles of neighborhood streets, as Greg mentioned, again, through the leadership of Vineet and Stephanie. Right now, we've identified 12 of 15 neighborhoods as part of this neighborhood slow street program. The corridor program is really, the high crash network program is really about major corridors. This is really about the residential side streets. You see on the left, the two areas that are substantially complete, although some additional work will be happening in the Talbot Norfolk Triangle. And then the projects that we've got slated for construction in FY21. This, folks should know, has been the sort of wrapping up the design of these has been a high priority during this particular phase over the last couple of weeks as we've been thinking about how to make the most use of the construction season, the slightly shortened construction season we have in front of us this year. On the right side of the page is just reinforcing sort of how these areas are selected. We're really focused on those places that have the most number of crashes, have the most vulnerable residents, folks who are under 18, folks who are over 65, residents with disabilities, as well as have a high number of community places like parks and libraries and community centers. That really, it's these measures that inform which places that we're focused on first. And as folks know, we have an interest in completing 15 zones by the end of 2021, and obviously with more to come from there. In addition to the work around neighborhood slow streets, the spot interventions, the new program that we'll be doing, and the corridor work, obviously core for us is building out our strategic bike network. On the left, you see how that has grown, essentially doubling every 2 years. On the right, you see sort of images of two of the next projects that are going to be moving forward. A project which is, we know, a high priority for the council, a high priority for the Boston Cyclists Union and others, high priority certainly for us, which is an extension of high quality bike facilities from the intersection of Mass and Melnea at the north to Mass Ave and Columbia Road on the south, and then an important improvement in Alston on Cambridge Street. There's $6.3 million in the strategic bike network line, but it's important to note that better bike infrastructure is just a core part of so many of our projects. Connect Downtown, Cummins Highway, Tremont Street, and more that better bike facilities are coming in each of those projects. In addition to this work, obviously is the work around buses. I will not go through every single one of these, but guiding our focus about where we are looking at things like transit signal priority, bus lane improvements, bus bump outs, et cetera, are really the analysis of where we have the most number of bus riders, particularly the most number of bus riders who are stuck in traffic. On the left are sort of all of the projects that we've either done or are in some form of planning, ranging from the first one we did 2 years ago now in Roslindale, going inbound from Roslindale Square to Forest Hills, to some of the ones that are still sort of in planning. And Greg mentioned a couple of those. Happy to sort of revisit this in more detail as folks have interest. And it's just important to note that as we are doing this work, our sort of the interventions that we're using, the things that we are doing to make our streets work better for bus riders is evolving as well. So 2 years ago, that first project in Roslindale was really done initially with cones and then with paint. In 2019, the work here that you see on North Washington Street, the work on Brighton Avenue, among other places, was really done in red paint. We are looking at sort of the next generation of this, looking at center running bus lanes, looking at sort of reconfiguring the street to make sure that you have a high reliability for our riders who are needing to take the bus. In addition to the work to really support people's move to public transit, is a lot of work to make sure that our streets are in a state of good repair. We covered a number of this in the public works section, but this budget has a $10 million investment in this coming year around pedestrian ramps. We'll be doing work to make sure that all of our pedestrian ramps, both existing ones and, as came up in the working session, places where we don't have ramps but certainly obviously need them, we're looking to have by 2030 all of those ramps built in compliance. In that middle column around reconstructing sidewalks, as we discussed, our sort of flagship program is the Walkable Streets program, and that's funded at $3.5 million with an additional $1 million to do more neighborhood-specific and sort of location-specific repairs rather than these long runs, as you see in this particular photograph. And then, as we discussed, around $14 million dedicated to resurfacing roads across the city. In addition to sort of the state of good repair around streets, we're certainly focused on our bridges. With Greg DePara, as Councilor Wu referenced, with the Northern Avenue Bridge conversation last night. We have 40 bridges in the city's portfolio. They run the gamut in size and scale and stretch across the entire city. Of those 40, 7 are sort of the core focus, have been the core focus of the last 2 years, are the core focus of the next 2. 3 of them essentially are substantially complete, with credit to Para and his team. We rebuilt and rededicated the Grimke Sisters Bridge that formerly was the Dana Avenue Bridge in Hyde Park. I'm sure Para will correct me on this, but in sort of a matter of weekend or 2 weekends, we rebuilt the major sections of the Mass Ave over Com Ave Bridge in the Back Bay, and also did really important sort of deck replacement on the Alfred Street Bridge that connects Charlestown and sort of across the Mystic towards Everett. We have 2 bridges that are in construction, one that Councilor Edwards referenced, the North Washington Street Bridge project, which is in terms of dollar value, the most significant bridge project on this page and in our portfolio. And we're also moving ahead with needed repairs on the Dalton Street Bridge in the Back Bay. And then we have 2 bridges that are in design, the Northern Avenue Bridge and the Long Island Bridge. To note the Long Island Bridge, and I know there's a number of questions on this that came up in the working session, and happy to answer them about where we are in the status of that bridge. But this bridge is actually fully designed. We're just going through the permitting process for the Long Island Bridge at this point. Just to touch briefly on something which has been raised, there certainly will be some impact to the COVID-19, to construction because of the COVID-19 pandemic. One is that we are obviously having a little bit of a delayed construction start here in the city. So our typical construction moratorium ends on April 15th. The moratorium basically runs from November 15th to April 15th, just to ensure that work done in the city is done in a standard that will last long, that concrete will cure well, et cetera. We're having a little bit of a delayed start. Right now, we're projecting that construction will restart in the city on May 18th. Any work that's happening in the city, any construction work, whether it's our work or private construction, utility construction, has to follow COVID-19 safety plans. They have to develop a plan that ensures that the workers, their families, our communities are taking all the sort of are safe and healthy, and that there's a lot of on-site preparation that is done and programs that are provided to ensure that site safety is prioritized. And then there may be some potential supply chain impacts, particularly as we look at our bridge projects, some of our most complicated projects. A bit to Councilor O'Malley's earlier question around the impact of COVID-19 on the markets. It's something which we're mindful of as we think about our bridge projects. And then in general, sort of this $98 million that is being invested is really absolutely critical to achieving the long-term objective that we've laid out in Go Boston 2030, the things that our residents prioritize in that planning process, to have streets that are safer, to have travel, particularly on things like buses, simply be more reliable, and have our streets be more accessible to everybody. So with that, I'm delighted to sort of turn it over to everybody for questions and for comments, and to have the combined BTD and Public Works team be able to answer them.
Great. Thank you so much, Chief Osgood. And thank you, Commissioner Rooney, and for letting us combine those 2 presentations. I'll just reference for councilors, I think people know this, but the slide deck that's been presented, including the middle BTD operating part, is in your inbox. Michelle Goldberg sent it this morning, and I think Neil just resent it as well. So if anybody wants to look at a slide on their own, you can do that. And otherwise, I'm sure Chief Osgood can bring some up as necessary. Great. So I'll jump in to my questions and time myself, make sure I set a good example here. So I just wanted to really thank you all for answers to many of my questions. I had submitted an unreasonable number through the working session, and so I appreciate how many of them you answered. And I also appreciate the fact that I think I've had the chance to sit down with some BTD team now. I think I've had about 4, maybe 5 meetings that have lasted over an hour on particular issues in my district. So I'm just really grateful for those, and I won't repeat that here. One thing I wanted to highlight, because I appreciated you answering it, was just this question around signalization and kind of reforming our whole signalization policy. I think to me, one of the things I've quickly realized as a district councilor is that, to Councilor Baker's point, I could spend my whole career here working intersection by intersection, and yet there are so many neighborhoods where the same issues are coming up, just about the length of time that pedestrians have to cross, and in general, kind of the spacing to make sure that we don't have people nipping other people's heels. And I think really am glad to see that you guys are taking a look at the sort of 15 most dangerous intersections and working on updating that whole policy. But I guess I would love to know on the wider policy update, like what you think the timeline for that is, because right now it feels like we're only seeing more dangerous driving. I think there's pretty good data to substantiate that in this moment of low traffic. And I would just love to understand what the kind of timeline is for making that policy change to allow, more time for some of our non-four-wheel road users.
So I will start, but Amy, Greg, Vineet, feel free to join in or to sort of add in. The work which is happening right now around the signal policy is looking around our signals is both about those specific locations that Councilor you mentioned, as well as sort of updating the policy overall so that we are applying that as we look at our sort of regular retiming program. I don't know if Greg, Vineet, or Amy, you have a timeline on the policy update itself.
So we're doing, it's every 2 years on the downtown core, but Amy may be able to speak a little more into some of the specifics with that plan.
Yeah, we're going through our top 15 intersections this summer and fall, and look to expand it after that. We're starting to evaluate the worst ones for exclusive versus concurrence. And I think that those top 15 intersections, we'll learn a lot from them, and it should be pretty easy to tackle a little bit more going forward.
But am I right in understanding that the idea is that from those 15 intersections, you then actually update the policy guidelines going forward? Okay.
Yes. So we're evaluating those 15 intersections as they are our worst to try to help us formulate some new guidelines so that moving forward, all of our signals will have kind of a predictable operation and enhanced safety.
Great. Thank you. And I was also encouraged by the news that you all have adjusted more of the traffic signal schedule to midday patterns instead of rush hour patterns, just to allow make it easier for more cycles and people to cross during this low traffic period. So just wanted to flag that I was grateful for that. I did have a question about, I had seen a number of the sort of beg buttons that pedestrians are sort of meant to push, but then in fact in much of our city don't generate any change in the traffic pattern, had been removed along Com Ave. So just something that I noticed when I was walking, and I was wondering whether that was a across the board policy change, whether you all are thinking about removing those buttons more widely when the signals are already being set remotely, or if someone could just answer that.
I don't know the status of the Com Ave ones. Amy or Greg may. If not, I will loop back to you on that. I don't think it was part of a more comprehensive piece. It might have just been something that was location specific, but I defer to Greg and Amy.
I think that we're evaluating everything citywide. The biggest issue that we have is that our signals are in a variety of different states. As some are connected to our system, some are not connected to our system. Some have these phases which they can come up and not have major impacts to other traffic than just having this phase come on regularly. So we're evaluating it anywhere that it's potential. And then for the spaces that we cannot do from the central computer, we are evaluating what are our major intersections that we might want to look at changing some of these things that would involve sending an actual signal inspector out there to make some changes in the cabinets. So we're trying to identify those key intersections now to see what, if any of these, need some additional pedestrian time, or we want to remove the necessity of pressing a button.
Great, thank you. And I'll just note, I know we've got Councillor Wu alluded to the hearing happening next Tuesday. I appreciate it. I did include some COVID related questions in my queries, and just appreciate the effort to think about streets that we need to slow down, streets for play, streets that we can narrow. I think what's interesting for me is I've been thinking about streets to highlight for you all on that front. They're consistently the streets that we already have slow rolling conversations going about, the fact that they're, I think of the speedways around the parks, like there's really an opportunity to slow those and also accommodate bicyclists better and pedestrians. And so I'm going to be interested in following up in that hearing about what we're thinking there, and how we accelerate some of that work in a way that could have long-term benefits to the folks I represent, many of whom get around the city by walking, taking the T, and biking. So I think that's my 5 minutes. So I want to go to my colleagues. Councillor Flaherty, you're up next, and then it'll be Councillor Campbell and then Councillor Breeden.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Who's timing the timekeeper? Just checking. You've done a great job, and you deserve to ask as many questions as you want, putting up with everything. Quick question. Obviously, first a comment to the folks that are on here. Greg Rooney has been super responsive as well, hands-on, and gets right out there, and has been confronted with some hot button issues and hasn't shied away from all of it. So I appreciate his dedication to his profession at the Transportation Department. And I know I can speak for myself, my colleagues, my staff in particular, in terms of how quick he is to respond to constituent requests and get the information back as quickly as possible, and also to roll up the sleeves and work with folks to try to find that balance and that common ground. So, and I know he doesn't do it alone. He's got a great team with him, and some are on the line, some aren't. So I just want to mention that from the onset. I wanted to touch base on sort of, I guess, the COVID-19, the delays, particularly on the construction side of the house, and whether or not that will have any impact on mitigation funds for the transit updates. And I think that that's important to address, because people attend hours of community meetings during their free time, and now they're obviously attending hours on Zoom, and they advocate for those funds for transit updates to sidewalks and to street safety, et cetera. So they're very concerned, and they want to know sort of what the schedule is going to be, and how significant those impacts and those delays will be. I was happy to hear that we're getting the ramps and the sidewalks are getting some love, which is great. Great news for our city, particularly persons with disabilities, and obviously a shout out to Kristen McCosh as well for the work that she does. But that's the first area of what those delays will do. Second area is the meter fund. The meter fund is a very important source of revenue for us. So I want to get a sense, and maybe you guys have done an audit as to how many meters we have in the city and how many more we intend to add, given it is a vital revenue source for the Transportation Department and for our city, and in identifying maybe new areas or being creative around where we could install meters. It may help some of our local businesses with respect to turnover, to have meters, et cetera. We may also want to find a way to look at our municipal lots and our municipal garages to see whether or not we could provide overnight parking for those densely populated neighborhoods that parking is at a premium and at a crunch, in ways again to generate additional revenue. And then shifting to our cab stands and the need to identify space for Uber and Lyft and other rideshare companies. Does it make sense to have as many cab stands as we have? ? Should we be consolidating ? And or should we be allowing Uber and Lyft and other rideshares to be sharing those spaces to drop people off safely, so that they're not clogging up our neighborhood streets, et cetera. And then if someone can just touch base briefly on the Long Island Bridge as to what's the status, and moving forward, what do we need to do to work together to try to make that a reality for our most vulnerable population with respect to our homeless and those that have substance abuse issues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor, I'll start. I think Greg and Coleman probably will certainly want to weigh in as well. In terms of COVID-19 putting any construction funding at risk, we haven't seen that yet. It's certainly something we're going to track. We do want to make sure that obviously this is an opportunity for us to be investing in our city, and as we do that, it's just a top priority for every single one of us, and certainly for the mayor, that all of the work sites and that our workers are healthy and safe on them. So getting those COVID-19 safety plans instituted at each of our job sites is going to be is really important in this work that moves forward. There is going to be a limit to some degree on contractor capacity. So even if we are able to go quickly, there are some limits on what we'll be able to get done. But certainly we know that there is a huge opportunity for us to be rebuilding ramps, improving our sidewalks, resurfacing our streets, and we'll certainly be seeing if there's ways that we can do that efficiently. On Long Island, and then Uber and Lyft, and then I'll turn over to Greg and Coleman on uni lots and the meter fund. So Long Island, and credit to Para and his team on this. It is fully designed. In fact, it has been fully designed for probably about 8 months at this point in time. It has been going through the permitting process. There are 3 major sort of local permits. They are sort of all subject to the wetlands ordinance. Of those 3 permits we've received from the state, it's what's called the superseding order of conditions on 2 of them. And the 3rd one is tied up in the courts. At the state level, there are 2 really critical permits, one for MIPA and one is a Chapter 91 license. The MIPA granted us a certificate to be able to move forward. The Chapter 91 license is being held up right now. We're awaiting something from Quincy. And at the federal level, there's one main permit. That one will not be able to go forward until the local and state permits have been resolved. I would say the key takeaways, and as you know, we are ready to go with moving this bridge forward. We think the design we have is environmentally friendly, can be built in a way which minimizes disruption, both to residents in Quincy and to the environment. At every turn, we are experiencing appeals from Quincy. We have been to Quincy City Hall, my guess is probably 4 or 5 times at this point for public hearings. We've had a community meeting in Dorchester, we've had a community meeting in Squantum. We want to be able to work through any issues or concerns that Quincy has. But obviously we're not yet moving at the pace we want to be with the Long Island Bridge. On Uber and Lyft and cab stands, we have been piloting, and credit to Greg's team on this, piloting a whole set of TNC pickup drop-off or pickup drop-off areas. First in the Fenway, we've added some in the South Boston waterfront. We've been interested in sort of expanding that program just to be able to make better use of our curb, knowing there's a huge way in which people are choosing to travel, and knowing that that allows for more people to more efficiently and more safely get to the curb for a pickup or drop off. Greg, I don't know if there's anything you'd add for that.
I think the only thing I would add is obviously we have a curb management team that is looking at curbside use pre-COVID-19, and obviously as we emerge and start to reopen, those meetings are going to take on probably a heightened amount of urgency, because we want to make sure that we work with the small businesses and continue to work with the restaurants. So the work is critical. We do hope to continue to work on increasing the number of pickup drop-off spots. We can work with BPD Hackney on the cab stand issue. Maybe we can do some consolidation. But I think as we start to really come out of this current situation, that work's going to be really critical to manage the curbside.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chief Osgood, and thank you, Councillor Flaherty. Next up is Councillor Campbell, and then it'll be Councillor Breeden and Councillor O'Malley. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Councillor Bach, and thank you, Commissioner Rooney, and your incredible team. I have to obviously give special shout outs to Carla, who I feel like she's on our staff. We email her so much. She's just, Carla Tanko is just amazingly responsive and gets things done. So I want to give her a special shout out. Julio as well. Stephanie and the Slow Streets team are amazing. They're on the ground in the neighborhoods doing great work. Jacob at the Public Realms Director, and I got to go back and thank Steve Tankel, Danny Nee, and Brian Coughlin. My team literally was texting me, was like, you forgot all these other people. So there are a lot of folks in your respective departments that are extremely responsive and help us do our job really well. So thank you, and thank you to them. And of course, making sure all the employees in your departments are safe. I just have a few questions. Obviously, we know how important the Slow Streets program is, and I give all the money to Slow Streets. When these projects come online, they are remarkably helpful in our transportation conversations around saving lives and slowing down cars, and allowing for different modes of transportation. So one question I have is just the status of our FY20 projects. Stephanie and her team have been out there now in the midst of COVID-19. What does it mean, particularly in District 4 for these projects? A lot of my civic association leaders did a lot of work, incredible work, to get us approved for these projects. So we have a lot going on in the district. The second is outreach. We're still hearing from a lot of folks that they don't know about the Slow Streets program. So how do we ensure that more communities and neighborhoods know about this incredible program? And then I have 2 capital questions. One is on the Bowdoin and Geneva project. There was a transportation study for my first year in office. And so any updates on that would be extremely helpful. And then lastly, redesign of American Legion Highway, that intersection of Cummins and Walk Hill, a lot of accidents there. What's going on with respect to a redesign project for that huge intersection where we get a lot of complaints related to accidents?
I will start, but Stephanie, I feel like you could probably be a little more detailed than I can. So on neighborhood slow streets, obviously 2 are substantially complete. One that is in your district, though, has more work which is happening. That's obviously in the Talbot-Norfolk Triangle, where I think within the deck you'll see sort of an image of one of the features that is being implemented there on Southern, which is sort of a new roundabout feature. In New England Ave is also being rebuilt. We have prioritized during this time period, and a lot of credit to Stephanie and to Vineet and to Para's team, really sort of getting the designs ready so that we can get as many of these things in the ground as quickly as possible. Stephanie, I don't know if there's anything you would add, or Vineet.
All of the zones selected in 2017 are like final details engineering, like 3 comments for the plan sets at this point. The others are just behind at what we would call 100%. So very close. And we do have a construction contract bid and awarded prior to the pandemic. So we are ready to go as soon as the construction can happen. And then as far as making sure more communities know about the Slow Streets program, we do have, we want to be thoughtful about what kind of engagement can be happening and when it can happen. But we are ready to go on opening up a process again later in 2020, hopefully with more materials and more languages and some more outreach to make sure as many communities as possible know that they could nominate themselves for this program.
Thank you, Stephanie, and your incredible team for the work, and the community, of course, enjoys seeing you guys at the meetings, and extends their thank you too. We've heard a lot of great things.
I think your next question, Kessler, was around Bowden Street. Vineet, or the planning study there?
Yes, thank you, Councillor, for bringing that question up. We have in fact been in touch with the Bowden, Geneva, Main Streets folks, and actually Pat Hoey from our team has attended 2 meetings with them. The focus right now is to develop a scope on how we can spend the money set aside for this area. And we are as much focused on doing some short-term improvements rather than doing a study. And so that's an ongoing discussion that we hope to revive later in the summer.
And Councilor, I believe you had a 4th question, but I apologize.
Yeah, it's around American Legion Highway and Cummins and that intersection.
I will have to get back to you on that unless somebody else on the team sort of knows the status of the American Legion Highway work. But we'll get back to you on that.
Thank you, and thank you, Vineet, and to your incredible team, especially around the Blue Hill Ave work as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Next up, Councillor Breeden, then it'll be O'Malley and then Edwards. Councillor Breeden, you have the floor.
Hello, thank you. Thank you so much. I must say, I thank you all. I give you a global thank you. I haven't had a chance to meet you all in person due to our removing ourselves from City Hall in a pretty short timeline. I was in the process of going through a long list of people that I needed to talk to, and you folks were on the top of the list. Let's see, back to capital. I really feel that so many of our capital projects and relating to transportation, etc., in Alston Brighton were put on the long finger, so to speak, or on the back burner until the findings of the Alston Brighton mobility study were produced. So I really feel there's a lot of pent-up expectation and excitement about what's coming next. So we're going to come with a long list of requests in the coming days and weeks and years probably. The slow streets project, we'd really like to see some slow streets projects in Alston Brighton. There's one particular area on Washington Street, 20 at the beside Patricia White apartments, and Covenant House is 20 to 30 Washington Street. Between Comav and the Brookline line, it's about 150 yards. There's a high density of elders and folks with disabilities. Walk Boston came and did a site visit with us, and we observed what was happening. In the space of an hour, I can honestly say at least 2 people nearly got killed on the road. And then the turn off onto Egmont Street right there, people swing right and have knocked over, and pedestrians, folks in wheelchairs, and cyclists, as one of the folks at the site visit had observed directly. So we'd really like to see some traffic calming in that area, and a serious look at some other traffic calming slow streets projects in Alston Brighton. The ADA curb cuts, one observation we have seen is sometimes it interferes with the drainage, and that in the winter time you get puddles of water, and then if it freezes you have a little ice rink in front of your ADA accessible curb cut and your ramp. So we've had some feedback about that. The other question I had was about the bus lane integrity. We're really proud of our lovely bus lane on Brighton Ave, but the integrity of the bus lane is totally swept aside by construction projects along Brighton Ave. We've one construction project that has taken away the entire bus lane, and another construction project that has narrowed it by half. I really feel that, you know, with working with the BPDA, etc., we should be ensuring that there's adequate setbacks so that buildings do not impinge on the roadway. If a construction site needs to take over a whole bus lane, it sort of begs the question, how did that happen? We had the traffic study, and the mobility study has thrown up some very interesting speed data. So many folks cut through our neighborhood from Newton and points west to avoid the Mass Pike. And we have recorded like speeds of up to 45 miles an hour on narrow, very narrow residential streets like Northampton Street and in Oak Square. And I really feel that more putting in more of those feedback devices of speed feedback and some more enforcement would really help. And let's see what else that I got. Yeah, and the Brighton, the strategic bike network, I'm really happy to see that the Brighton Street, the Cambridge Street to Alston project is going ahead. There's a lot of need for that to make a safer bicycle, and hopefully maybe a bus bike lane there as well that would speed up the bus network as well. And then I wonder, you know, there's a project, I can't remember the name. Brookline has a revenue sharing project with in their business district in Brookline Village, whereby some of the monies from the meters go towards improving that micro business district to improve streetscapes, maybe pocket parks, signage, whatever. I really feel that's something that we should look at in Boston, and Alston Brighton. We'd be happy to pilot it for you. And I really don't have more questions, just to thank you so much for the incredible work you're doing. And I really look forward to the mobility study producing some really concrete projects that we can implement in a very short time scale. Thank you.
I can offer a few quick responses, Councillor, and then others, Greg, Vinny, Stephanie, feel free to add on this. On that stretch in Washington Street, I think there'll be some improvements associated with some mitigation associated with the Whole Foods project. We can get you some details on that. I think it's a good example too of, again, sort of a new program that's in this budget, which is that there are a number of safety interventions that we're going to be able to move forward on with this sort of new $2 million investment that BTD BTD has, where we can do some specific interventions on specific streets outside of the neighborhood slow streets program. So it's a way that we can address some of the issues which every single one of you, your constituents have raised. It's a way in which we'll be able to get at those. In terms of ponding and pedestrian ramps, we will connect with our contractors on that. Agree that there's something which we certainly want to be able to address. Feedback signs, and Greg, tell me if I'm off on this. We're at 99 right now to date.
Yes.
And have an interest in deploying more. They do have a proven sort of impact at lowering speeds, and I'm happy for you, Councilor Breeden, or any folks to be able to give us suggestions about where they should go. And then obviously we certainly are always reviewing transportation management plans and construction management plans associated with buildings, and credit to Greg and his team, Eddie Hesford, on that piece. And happy for the feedback. Thank you for the feedback on Brighton Ave, and we can take a look at potential adjustments there if possible.
Thank you.
If you want to give an AB, an Alston Brighton mobility study update.
Sure. I think it's really important to mention that Transportation Department staff has been working hand in hand with the BPDA all along as the mobility study was scoped, as we worked with the community. So we have a good understanding already of the recommendations that are coming out of the study. There are some recommendations in that study that are related to traffic calming that we can try and address in the shorter term. And we'll try and, as Chris had mentioned earlier, we have some funding set aside that allows us to follow up on projects that are coming out of BPDA plan initiatives. And obviously Alston Brighton is one of those. And so we can use some of that funding to do some short-term projects, as well as the $2 million that Chief Osgood mentioned that's available for spot interventions. We're also working with the BPDA and with the local community to identify longer-term projects. And these would be prioritized and would be available for funding in future capital budgets. But we'll have to go through a process of prioritizing the full list of projects that are coming out of the Alston Brighton study.
Great. Thanks so much. Thank you, Councilor Breeden.
Thank you.
I now want to recognize Councilor O'Malley, and then Councilor Edwards, and then Councilor Asabi George. Councilor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, for your exceptional work with BTD, in addition to DPW. So briefly, I know you've covered some of this, and I apologize. There have been some other Zoom calls, so I may have missed it, so I apologize if this is repetitive, but obviously support the increase in the strategic bike network, as well as the increase in Vision Zero funding. I know these are things we all feel very, very passionately about. As I mentioned in the first round of remarks, you know, the need to take the crisis of pandemic to truly make a better and build a better city, being cognizant of the fact that more people are likely to use, well, more people, sadly, I think will be driving as opposed to taking the T, at least initially, but also opportunity for more folks to use other modes of transportation. Bikes I'm talking about, I'm also talking about electric scooters, electric assist bikes, etc. So I'll talk specifically about micromobility in a second, but can you just sort of talk about how this budget, very, very briefly, you know, really echoes sort of our call for bold distribution of projects as it relates to moving people around the city in a post-COVID-19 world?
Sure, I'll gladly start, and other folks can jump in. As Greg sort of noted during his remarks, and with credit to Stephanie and her team, we are continuing to expand the Blue Bike network. We saw by far and away our highest ridership ever last year, and we are not only adding to some station density downtown, but expanding our reach in Dorchester and Mattapan, and reaching down to Hyde Park through this particular round of investments, and complementing that with sort of the accelerated build out of some of these key corridors that we've been talking about. For example, like the Mass Ave South project that Stephanie's team has been leading. We think these are the sort of things which will help make travel by bike more available and more comfortable for more people, which is incredibly important for us. It also, sort of, in addition to that, the bus lane work is still really important. I know that there's obviously going to be a number of people who will be working from home or who will be looking to drive, but there are some people who are still today very much relying on the bus. And the projects that we have in our portfolio are still really important to be able to go forward, as you suggested, Councilor O'Malley, because one of the best ways we can ensure essentially sort of good availability on the buses is to be able to have buses be more frequent. If they can be more frequent, or they can be caught less in traffic, they will be more frequent, and they will allow people to be able to, or more people to be able to travel more comfortably by bus sort of during this COVID-19 period, and then obviously support our continued mode shift beyond. And so really the projects that Greg highlighted, I think, help us as we move into this, as we think about sort of this next phase in our response and recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, and really set us up for the continued growth and equitable growth in our city. I don't know if Greg or Vineet or Stephanie, there's other things you guys would add.
I would just say, you know, obviously the work is very important, and we fully can, you know, our intention is to move forward with all these projects. We're not going to slow down. We're concerned about how people are going to travel after we start to reopen businesses. So this is going to become even more critical, and we're looking at, a lot of people are concerned about getting back on public transit. We're concerned about the capacity of the MBTA, because obviously they'll have to implement some sort of social distancing standards, which will reduce the number of passengers that are going to be on buses and train cars. So the work will continue. We'll continue to work with our partners at the MBTA to understand how they're going to reopen and you know, move forward with these projects, and they will take on a greater sense of urgency to try to get people to shift modes. And we know a lot of people may feel more comfortable in their car, but certainly that creates other problems that we're trying to solve, and we're trying to solve. So the work is critical, and it will continue.
Sure, there's no question. And I think just to be clear, you brought up a great point, Commissioner, as it relates to working with our partners at the T. I'm not suggesting that we should abandon the T. If anything, we want to make sure that it's sufficient. But I think one change will be added buses, added cars to the subway to allow for better distancing and perhaps better service. And I think to your point, the Chief's point, having more infrastructure like dedicated bus lanes, which I'm very excited about, work happening on Columbus Avenue, is going to help actually facilitate those better. So agree with what you said. Kamish, you and I used to meet monthly on our micro mobility, something I'm very excited about, looking at electric scooters. Obviously, we've had to put a pause on that as focus on other things, but I do hope we can sort of pick that issue back up and come up at least with some guidelines to create a piloted program, because I do think that's another way that we could help move people around the city, get them from point A to point B, and we want to make sure there are safe ways to do that. So looking forward to that continued work. Out of deference to my colleagues, I'll just tick through some of the capital projects. If you can just briefly sort of delve into a couple more specifics on the scope of work. The Amory Street extension, there's $1 million allocated for that.
That is a connection in Park, and add to this, but essentially connecting the Jackson Square T-stop with the housing development, which is happening sort of just south of that along the Orange Line, and ensuring that that last little bit is forming a good connection, a good transit-oriented connection for everybody who's in that.
Connectivity there is huge. We invested so much of really effective mixed income housing in Jackson Square. It's remarkable how that's changed over the last 6 years. So that's great. Thank you for your patience. It's been a long process. Center Street in both Jamaica Plain and West Roxbury combined is about $1 million plus for safety and improvements. So can you talk first about JP, then Center Street, and then I'll yield the remainder, the balance of my time.
Sure. Vineet, do you want to talk Center South?
Yes. So we do have some funding to continue the design of Center South Street in Jamaica Plain. This is essentially between Forest Hill Station and Hyde Square. So it's that section. And we did have some designs earlier. There's ongoing discussion in the community about how to include bicycle facilities in that corridor, and what that means to other kind of uses and functions, particularly the impact on parking. So that's an ongoing discussion that we are hoping to continue for that section of Center and South Street.
And then on the West Roxbury portion, and Greg, feel free to add or amend. They've made a number of sort of already quick safety improvements in that corridor. Obviously, we're continuing the community conversation with a particular focus on looking at curb uses throughout there, which is one of the particular things that was flagged during the process.
That's great. And just thank you for ending on that. And I will echo that the community conversation in both neighborhoods is absolutely crucial to make sure that we can find common ground, which I'm always hopeful that we can. So thank you all.
Thank you, Councillor O'Malley. Councillor Edwards is up next, then it'll be Councillor Asabi George, and then Councillor Mejia. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you so much. I'm going to add to my list of thank yous of individuals. I wanted to also echo the thanks to Carla Tinkle. I think early last year she came out and worked with us to try and even start the conversation in East Boston about traffic and parking and design and meters. And so we hope that the conversation continues. We know it will, specifically on how to and where to place meters around public transportation and, you know, looking at angled parking, so on and so forth. So I want to thank her for that. Christy Pagliuca, Polly, Lorenzo, I think I mentioned Nikki last time for all their work in lighting and just trying to help make us move better. And of course, Eric Prentice. And I hope Katie's still with you guys, but they were all amazing and very, very helpful. I just think it's important to name folks who've been open, been working with us, and you know, beyond you guys who are all the, you know, the chiefs and heads of the departments, every single one of you have been open and accessible. Sometimes the rank and file needs a little, you know, shout out. But I also, so just pulling back up into East Boston and traffic in general, you know, we have never had, our traffic is great right now. we have no delays, and that the issue is, you know, when we start moving again, we're really not going to be moving in East Boston because we weren't before. The issue is not a city particular issue in design, but let's be honest, the way the tunnel has been redone and done has still resulted in a lot of people using our local roads as pass-throughs, right? Causing backup. And I live on London Street that empties into the tunnel. So, you know, I've been late to work. And so if we have this time to now look at this with no traffic, what is going to be our response? I mean, it can't just be a pandemic as the only response to, you know, reducing traffic. What are we going to do? Especially people are driving. How are we going to get people out there? I want to give props to BPD, the police department. They've been out there physically, but that's a temporary measure. And so I wanted to just figure what's our systemic response to the amount of traffic on Rutherford Ave, but especially in East Boston because of the tunnel and the highway. Also, what are we, and I think there was a systemic response, and thank you for your design for the Rutherford Ave, the circle by the casino. So we've seen it. We've seen it work, it moved the traffic. So when the casino came in, we were expecting, you know, a standstill, and honestly, we didn't see it. So kudos to you and thank you all for that. But what are we going to do in East Boston to make sure people keep moving? As we're talking about master plans, and I think BPD had a master plan kind of, you know, show and tell in Charlestown. BPS was there. I can't recall if BTD was there, but I'm just curious about whether you're working with that group as it's forming, getting an IAG specifically to talk about traffic in Charlestown. And then the bus lanes have come into the north end, and they were temporary on the weekends. I'm assuming they're going to continue to grow. That I'm talking about on Washington Street. So could talk to me about any other expansion of bus lanes down that corridor, or if we're looking at Commercial Street or not. I'm curious about that. So I'll leave it at that for now.
I will gladly start, and then others feel free to add. I think first, the East Boston TAC that has been formed really is intended to get at some of the long-term challenges that you've mentioned, Councillor. I would say that the things which we've been having sort of conversations about, though, are really, really important about shifting people more to public transit. So obviously some of the conversations we've had around Blue Line frequency will matter a lot. It matters to people who are feeling that crush capacity or near crush capacity today, or sort of at pre-pandemic levels at places like Maverick Station. core projects that are called out in the bond bill, which I think it's valuable for all of us to be supporting. Things like the red blue connector will make a significant difference. A huge amount of the traffic pressure, obviously, that you're facing are from people who are from points north. So increased frequency on things like the Newburyport or Rockport line, Newburyport and Rockport line on the commuter rail, or the sort of proposed sort of bus improvements and bus to blue line transfer improvements that have been identified are all things that we can do to shift more people to public transit and relieve some of the what you are experiencing, which is the huge traffic pressure. Obviously, there's coordination that we need to do with Massport as well about how people access the airport, which is obviously causing some very significant additional pressure in the tunnel itself. And then the work, which is actually still ongoing, to build out a ferry terminal at the end of Lewis Mall so that we can create that inner harbor connection, and particularly think about how residents from East Boston can access places like the South Boston waterfront more easily, are all part of some of the nearer term or current sort of transit conversations. I do think, again, that East Boston Transportation Advisory Group will really be a good way for us to create a very specific plan, both sort of quick wins as well as sort of the longer term advocacy strategy for all of us. On bus lanes, I'd say the next major piece is thinking of the North Washington stretch that's already been created. That then obviously connects with the North Washington Street Bridge to the north and the Rutherford Ave plan to follow. So you would have bus lanes wherever buses would be traveling. And we have made the commitment that if a bus ever sort of comes down through Everett and down Rutherford Ave, that we will be providing a bus lane for that as well, if that is sort of a route that makes sense ultimately for the T and for us. South, though, of Haymarket is where a lot of work is happening right now, and credit to Greg, to Vineet, to Matt Moran, and coordination with the MBTA, thinking about how we can create a bus connection between essentially North Station and the South Boston waterfront, which would in some ways be the extension of the existing infrastructure, which is in your district today. I'm sure I missed lots of things, but Greg, Vineet, anything you guys would add? Or Counselor, anything that I missed?
Thank you. Before anyone adds in, I wanted to also thank Vineet, apologize, Vineet, your testimony and participating in the hearing on the pre-tax transfer benefits. I really do appreciate that. You had mentioned a potential program that you were thinking about in helping to subsidize traffic travel for, was it city workers or for some program I based off of TNC dollars. And also, I know I heard it, but also just to, if you could add, if there's any potential for the TAPA agreements to go to other development below Article 80, smaller development plans, maybe?
Sure. Yes. So, as you know, part of the solution is having employers have their employees, take public transportation to the extent that they're comfortable and to the extent that it's safe and reliable, and as well as use the blue bike system. Though, of course, for East Boston, there's some, because of where it is. We are exploring a program to subsidize small business district employers to have their employees have subsidized T-passes and blue bike passes. And so that's something that we want to explore in the next 2-3 months. We have some funding to do that from TNC, from the TNC fund. And so that will come really useful at this critical time.
Very excited to hear about it. Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Bach.
Thank you so much, Councillor Edwards. All right, Councillor Asabi George, then Councillor Mejia, then Councillor Arroyo. Councillor Asabi George.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize. I had some internet issues, so I missed the question, but I have notes on response to the Long Island Bridge and sort of the process there. And I've got the response. I think Councillor Flaherty had asked about it, but I am curious about the one permit piece that's been held up in court. Do we have any sort of plan for that? And then also, what's the cost associated with this delay? Because I know we planned on one particular cost on the Long Island Bridge in its whole, and we knew delays would cost us more. That's one question. My other question is about safe routes to school and how BTD and BPS are working together around the safe routes to school. That's it for right now. Thank you.
So I can start, and Para, feel free to add. And Councilor, we can give you sort of a more detailed update about each of the status of each of the permits. The local wetlands permit and the MIPA certificate are the ones that are, I believe, currently in court at this point in time, and we can give you an update on where the next steps are. There is a cost of delay, essentially, is the construction inflation cost, and Para can speak better to that.
Council, it's about 10 million, sadly, about 10 per year. So it is a concern to us.
Great, thank you for that. Is there any idea on the timeline? You know, with this one, like, is there an average timeline that this is going to go through the court system?
There is, I can get you some more specifics on that. One of the things which we are experiencing, though, is that some of the court proceedings are also, as I understand it, a little bit more delayed during the course of this pandemic. So that is also slowing some things up. But we can give you an estimated timeline, or at least an estimated timeline for the court proceedings. And again, our interest here is we very much want to figure out what's the right way to work with Quincy, what's the right way to be able to address their concerns. And that's why we want to continue the conversations with them. On Safe Routes to School, I imagine that Greg and Vineet and Stephanie can speak more to this, but the principal program, the principal project, I believe it'll be coming up over the course of this year, is one that's being led by Charlotte Fleetwood in collaboration with the Boston Public Schools. And that's sort of a network of streets sort of north of Seaver, sort of along Humboldt Ave, sort of near the Trotter, and to the west of that, that essentially will be looking at those streets and how we can make pedestrian, bike, and bike improvements sort of in those corridors. Greg or Vineet or Stephanie, anything you would add? Okay.
I think in addition, obviously, to the work that Charlotte's doing, we also continue to do the spot safety improvements in conjunction with some of the locations that are being identified. So it's kind of a joint effort, but Charlotte's doing a great job leading that, that program.
Great. For me, we spend as a city a lot of money on school bus transportation. So, and many of our kids do live within walking distance to their community school. And we talk about being outdoors. We talk about physical fitness. We talk about the needs to get our kids walking. So the greater detail, the greater effort we can put into the Safe Routes to School piece, I think is really important. I've participated in a number of these walk to school day efforts done by the Safe Routes coordinators through the state. And I think it's just something that we should be expanding as a city. And on the Long Island Bridge piece, it's just frustrating, I know, for all of you to hear of continued delays, especially from Quincy, because we know that Long Island would be a regional campus. It would really help with the opioid epidemic, and it would certainly be a key resource at this moment in time during this pandemic if that were open. And granted, even if we had approvals initially, we would not be open for business today. But the resource and the asset that property is and that campus would be to the countless individuals, not just residents to the city of Boston. It's really a shame that we aren't further along in that process, both from the humanity perspective as well as from the budgetary perspective. So thank you for that continued work. I look forward to receiving information on that timeline, and any effort that I can partake in speeding this process up. I want to be a part of that. So thank you all. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Councilor Asabi George. Councilor Mejia, and then it'll be Councilor Arroyo, and then Councilor Baker. Councilor Mejia.
Trying to find my little window here. I don't even know. I think I found my window. Can you hear me and see me?
Hear and see you. Yep.
Okay, great. Okay, really quick. Thank you again for everyone. I'm new. I'm gonna thank everybody. I'll get to know you all during my tenure. So I'm just gonna say thank you to everybody in your team and your staff and all that good stuff. So thank you all around, and we appreciate all the work that you're doing. And then next time I'll name you all individually because I'll get to know you better. But for now, everyone gets thank yous. Okay, questions around the Boston Transportation Department. One of the goals that's stated by the BTD was to put in more blue bike stations, which is really exciting. And I know from my experience in my neighborhood that just because you build something doesn't necessarily mean that people will use it. So with that said, just curious about what type of funding is available to actively encourage our people out of their cars and onto these bikes in these corridors. And with that, I also want to make sure that whatever it is, it's the content is culturally competent and also in multi-languages. Just curious about what that effort looks like. And I'm also curious about, like, how are we tracking the usage of these bikes? Are there campaigns to get people to use these bikes in multiple languages? I'm just curious, in different parts of the city, there's different types of languages being spoken. So just wondering, how targeted are we being in terms of our marketing and strategy and outreach strategies? And then I asked the same question to the Public Works Department in regards to what is your plan in terms of recruitment for these hard to fill positions? I understand that that hiring could be difficult, but I'm just curious about what are we doing to increase diversity? Where are you recruiting from? How does your campaign include reaching out to skilled employees of color? I'm just really curious about how you're tapping into nonprofit organizations. I know Goodwill has the career links. Just curious about, there's so many people who are unemployed, just what type of work is being done to recruit people who are skilled. And go ahead, we can answer those and see if something else comes up.
Sure. I'll briefly start on Blue Bikes, and Stephanie can talk more about the expansion. And then maybe Greg and Coleman can talk about procurement and hiring within BTD. So we certainly are wanting to figure out the right way to be able to encourage more and more people to be able to bike. Part of that is us putting in the right infrastructure in the streets so that more and more people feel comfortable and on a bike. But also, it's really about sort of that flagship program for us of having bike share be available and a 10-minute walk to more residents across the city of Boston. So that has been a huge priority for Stephanie Seskin, our active transportation director, Kim Foltz, and that entire team. So Stephanie, I don't know if you can talk a little bit about the expansion that is happening with Blue Bikes and some of the fare structure that or membership structure you put in place.
Yeah, so as mentioned in the presentation, we are continuing to expand our Blue Bikes network this year with new stations, including our first station, Hyde Park, and some infill in neighborhoods for the north. Our system is generally accessible in both English and Spanish at the kiosk and in the app. We do have an advertising campaign, a PSA type thing on the stations that are in other languages. We try to target those languages to match the neighborhood that the stations are in. So you'll see there's one in Chinatown that will be in simplified Chinese, but then some that are Fields Corner would be in Vietnamese, for example. We also provide a discount program for those on limited income. That's $5 a month or $50 a year. The call center, so if someone were to call, is able to do a live relay with interpreters in whichever language is needed. And that's a service that we were very insistent on having in the operations contract. As far as uptake, I think biking, like everything, takes a little bit of time for people to get used to. We have noticed neighborhoods that we expanded into in 2017, so Roxbury and East Boston, those have either doubled or tripled in ridership since then, in part because residents have gotten used to the stations being there, and we've done some rides and other activities to encourage their use. But also, as the chief mentioned, we are investing significantly in building out a bike network that's more appealing and comfortable to people of different ages and abilities, and that's part of it.
Wait, I see the gavel, and I don't know what that means, Councilor Bach. Now
you're in your 2-minute grace period.
All right, so then move on to the. So I appreciate that there's been some efforts. I'm curious about the other questions, because I do want to get one more. So let's speed it up, y'all, so I can get my 7 minutes in here.
Greg or Coleman, do you want to touch on procurement or recruitment?
Yeah, so obviously, in addition to working with our human resources unit and central HR, we work with the economic development department equity and inclusion unit to make sure that we're doing broad outreach. We also work closely with purchasing to ensure that we're again reaching out and attracting minority and women-owned businesses. So it's a goal of ours, obviously, to have a diverse workforce and to ensure that contracts are going to small minority-owned and women-owned businesses in the city.
Yes, thank you. And I just wanted to just point out, and I really do appreciate Councilor Asabi George's comment around the streets. I think that and getting young people to kind of walk to school. But it's also really important to just stress that in some neighborhoods it's not really safe for us to do so. And I just want to be able to kind of uplift this. And how do we do this in a way that we're also including public safety in these conversations so that we can feel more comfortable and confident in being able to do so in certain parts of the city. And I think I did that under 7 minutes. Did you guys answer all my questions though? I can't.
If not, though, we can definitely follow up.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilor Mejia. All right, Councilor Arroyo, and then it'll be Councilor Baker and Councilor Janey. Councilor Arroyo.
Thank you so much. I like the sazon you put on the R's there. Very well done. And so with the, this is like two of my favorite things. I've hounded Chris in the past about this. The Boston Transportation Department is, to me, really the lifeblood of the city and how the city works. And so we got some new challenges. I'm going to try and keep this brief, but I probably will need a second round, to be honest. And so my first question on this, I've talked to you about it, Chris. There was some talk about signals and pilots on signals and all those different things. Just a quick update on where we are on that. Has COVID changed any of that? And B, how do I get those? Because frankly, for me, and I'm preaching to the choir here, but we have, similar to East Boston and how Councilor Edwards explained, people cutting through side streets. We have about 3 major arteries through my district. You have Hyde Park Ave, you have Washington Street, and then you have Blue Hill. And then you have some less major, but still major arteries to American Legion that brings you up to Blue Hill. And so what ends up happening in my district is people cut through all of these residential areas because they're trying to beat the traffic because the main streets don't work the way that they necessarily should. And what ends up happening is that's when we end up with all the speeding complaints, all of the stop sign complaints, all of this excessive traffic through residences that have never had it before. And so I think a solution to that is fixing our main streets. And so one of the major aspects to that for me is how we do our traffic lights, right? They're not timed with each other. They're not, you know, there's a lot of responsiveness that could be better. I know that this is a problem that the transportation department is aware of, and there were some solutions on the way. If you could just give me an update on where we are on that and how we can make that better in this budget.
Yep. 2 things, and Greg, Amy, definitely feel free to jump in and add. So one is obviously the stuff, Councilor, we've had a number of conversations about and appreciate your advocacy on around just mode shift in general. So the planning work, which has already happened on Hyde Park Ave, the next phase of the bus improvements on Washington Street, and obviously something which is a top priority for us, which is higher frequency, a better affordability on the Fairmount line. All those things are the things which are going to allow more people to be able to travel from places both south of the city and in neighborhoods in the southern portion of our city to downtown and vice versa more efficiently. In terms of the signals, Greg and Amy can touch more on the specifics of the project we've got in front of us, but we are doing a review of our signal policy and doing that by making some specific changes at 15 signals initially in the city of Boston. And then with a slightly more future focused lens, as Greg referenced, we are also working with MassDOT and Massport on a pilot of essentially the next generation of traffic signals, what are called adaptive traffic signals, signals that can, well, ideally take inputs in terms of number of pedestrians, number of vehicles, and be able to make adjustments in real time to ensure the safe flow of people along key corridors. Greg or Amy, anything you guys would add on either of those things?
I think I'll just mention that the Traffic Management Center is making thousands of adjustments a month to when they're monitoring traffic patterns throughout the city. Amy gave a nice overview of some of the work that we're doing, so maybe she can just give a brief summary of what she said a little earlier in the hearing. But obviously, you know, we're doing more and more to upgrade our system, And Amy, can you jump in and give a little update on what you said earlier?
Yeah, I think that this summer and fall, we're looking at our 15 probably worst intersections. And I think that not only are we evaluating them for how they should be maybe retimed, but also using them to guide us for how we want to evaluate our signals going forward. So I think that these will be a great test for us. And then hopefully we can kind of move through other signals at a little bit quicker of a pace. We are trying to balance the needs of getting the traffic moving appropriately so that people aren't cutting through, but balancing that with the needs of safety and pedestrians and cyclists that might be on those, major roadways. So I think that we're trying to strike the balance, and hopefully our evaluation of these 15 signals will give us a good idea of what works, what doesn't work, and how we want to move forward as far as guidelines and thresholds.
Thank you. And then secondly, there's been a lot of talk about folks avoiding the MBTA post-COVID and trying to find other ways. I actually think that's sort of a privileged conversation. There's a lot of my constituency that won't be able to avoid public transportation. In fact, they weren't able to avoid it during COVID. And so they're certainly not going to be able to avoid it after. And one of the things I think we can do to make this more efficient is the busways, the bus lanes specifically. I know that we were supposed to have one on Washington Street that was scheduled, I think, for an interim test in June. Is that still on?
I don't know the exact timing, but my understanding is 2020, we will be doing the outbound on Washington Street between Forest Hills and Rosendale Village, and completely agree with your broader point, Councillor. Greg or Vinny, do you have an update on the Rosendale outbound?
That's exactly it. Sometime in 2020, we hope to do the outbound piece on Washington Street. So
So then let me try to make the most of my time here, because if it's coming in 2020 June, that kind of answers my question. Hyde Park Ave, you are in the study aspect of that. I've taken part in some of the community process on that. My question on that is there's $0 allocated to that in this budget or in the capital budget. It's a big old goose egg for something that's being studied and has engineers working on it and so on and so forth. What are we looking at for a timeline for putting money into the capital budget on that, and where are we on the timeline on that project?
Yep. So, and Greg, correct me if I'm off on this. In terms of timeline, this is probably more of a 2021 or rather than 2020. But there is funding for this essentially in the capital budget, and it's one is that you can see, and one is actually with the state. So this new dedicated bus lane program, which is funded, I think, at about $14 million, is essentially a pool of funding that allows us to be able to do things like transit signal priority or dedicated bus lanes in a way in which we'd be able to advance projects exactly like this one. And then the state has also been a very collaborative partner on our bus projects, particularly in design funding and some of the early construction funding. And so whether that project would get funded through the city's capital budget or the state's, we'd get to know, but I think there's an opportunity to be able to fund it through the state rather than through the city. Greg, Vinny, anything I missed there?
No, correct. 2021 funding is available.
Okay, fantastic. Good to hear. And then I see the gavel. How much actual time do I have in that grace period? Because I might need a second round. I don't want to take too much time.
Councilor Bach, you're muted.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, you missed the alarm, just went off, Councillor Arroyo.
I'll have questions on bike lanes for the next round, just to give you guys the heads up.
Right.
And some questions specifically about Vision Zero with District 5. And then, I'll hit that up on the second round.
Great.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Arroyo. All right, Councillor Baker, and then Councillor Janey, and then it'll be Councillor Flynn. Councillor Baker, you have the floor.
Thank you. Chris or Greg, whoever, with the construction getting ready to start up on the 18th, who's going to be reviewing the traffic plans for the construction management plans? I know that's probably normally Ed Hesford. Are we giving him support so we can move things along?
Yeah, so it will be Ed Hesford and his team, and they'll obviously, we expect that as this work starts to open up, we're going to see the floodgates open. So they're gearing up for this and trying to get ahead of it as much as they can.
Okay, so they'll be ready for that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can I get an update on the Mass Ave bike lanes from Edward Everett Square? I'm getting some pushback from some businesses. They don't feel like they're being heard. I don't know if there's actually plans ready to go yet. We're supposed to have some neighborhood meetings in the spring that all got put off. So just a brief overview of that, because I have a bunch of stuff that I want to get into.
I will defer. Oh, go ahead, Greg. Sorry.
Well, yes, obviously the timeline on that project has been impacted because of the community outreach. There had been a significant amount of outreach in the months prior to the current situation. We still aren't at a 25% design, so there's still going to be a comment period. Vineet, I don't know if you want to add anything, but obviously, the timeline of this project has definitely moved out.
You're only at 25% design?
We're slightly short of 25% at this point, but once we have something that we can, which has some definitive design moves in it, we can share that with the abutters, with community. But we're just about to set that process up, and Stephanie's team has been taking the lead on that and is working diligently to make one-on-one contacts with key abutters, as well as once the COVID situation improves, we can go back to community meetings.
Okay, thank you. The tow trucks, do they have, I know we were looking at replacing their fleet last year, I think, Greg, and they had a couple trucks on order. Have all those trucks come in? Guys that are looking to be in a truck, do they all have a truck?
I believe that we received 4 from last year's budget, and I think we have 4 coming next year. So our fleet's in pretty good state of repair, and we do have adequate vehicles for the staffing.
Yeah, and again, back to doing our own work. You never see a BT. Well, I shouldn't say never. That's fine. You hardly ever see a BTD truck paired with the police doing our work. So again, that's something I think, and Chris, I talk to you all the time about how do we use our own services and get away from that model of contracting things out. Just if you can think about that a little bit, Greg, maybe give me an update on how the tow operations are doing. Chris, along that also, we had talked about striping and crosswalks and the lead time that you need to just get a company here. No local companies here. Have we looked at maybe getting some of that infrastructure and maybe putting some of our crews on that?
We've had some general conversations, but Greg Coleman, I don't think we've gone further than that. And to your point, there's a very small vendor pool of people who do striping that is used by a very large number of municipalities in the state, and that slows up a lot of the work we collectively want to do. And so it ties back both the procurement conversation and your point, Councilor, of bringing more things in-house.
Bringing more things, and again, more things in-house. We had the discussion about Frontage Road, I think last year or whatever.
Yep.
There were groups in there, environmental groups, that wanted us to turn it into butterfly parks and wetlands. We cannot do that. Are you having a discussion, Chris, about city operations, building a new operation there, which would be, we could do recycling, we could do compost, we could do real towing? Is there any sort of discussions going on at a high level about that parcel there and about making our infrastructure better?
So we did engage UTL, who put together a report looking at Frontage Road, as well as some other locations to think about how we could reimagine, to your point, improve our city services. It ties back obviously to a conversation we've also been having around that sort of trash recycling, composting infrastructure. And with some of that money that's in this budget in the waste reduction line, we might want to sort of start exploring, is that an area that it's worth it for the city to be partnering on? Does that make sense for our residents from an environmental perspective and from a financial one?
Yeah, so you've done some work, and I know when I toured the place, you had collapsed drain pipes. Have we fixed those? I think there was an infrastructure plan to fix those.
I'll check on the drain pipes in particular. Parme specifically, no. Sorry,
again, I don't need the answer about the drain pipes, but it's that sort of infrastructure. And my last point, slow streets, I'm not even asking anybody to file slow street applications because it's been a couple years. The legislation started in my office, and I've yet to receive a slow street in District 3. I don't believe I have. So to use one of what Vanette said, shotgun improvements. Again, Chris, I'm going to be looking for shotgun improvements.
And there's capital funding. We have heard this clearly from the council, and we want to be able to expand the number of ways and accelerate the number of ways we're making targeted safety improvements across the city. That's something we've always been able to do, but we are now increasing our capacity to do it through the $2 million that's the mayor set aside in this budget.
Okay, and the last thing, you talk about Uber drop-offs, pickups. Uber to me looks like all poor behaviors. Are we going to now have to pay for them? We're going to pay to give them pickup drop-off spaces, or are they putting anything in towards this? And again, we're getting rid of taxi infrastructure to give it to Uber. So is Uber paying towards their drop-off pickup locations?
The pickup drop-off locations are publicly accessible. Although the Uber and Lyft are making some adjustments in their app, the geofencing adjustments to sort of direct customers there. But they are generally accessible for whether it's a cab, personal vehicle, or any of those sort of things. So there isn't a payment, and Greg, Vinny, correct me, I'm off on that. The revenue, obviously, that we're getting currently from Uber and Lyft is the 10 cents per ride, the municipal assessment per ride that starts in the city of Boston. There is that legislation at the State House that would increase that to $1 for a solo ride and 20 cents for a shared ride. Not necessarily the municipal portion, but that is something which obviously the mayor has been very supportive of.
Thank you. I'll probably see you in the second round.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay, Councillor Janey, and then Councillor Flynn, and then Councillor Wu. Councillor Janey.
Thank you so much. I just got to get my page up. I appreciate you. Please don't start the clock just yet.
Gotta
be
ready.
Here we go. And I'm gonna just, as a warning, I want to go quickly because I won't have time for another round. I don't know if you're going to do another round, but I won't have time. I'm hoping that members of the team can keep up as I move quickly through the list. I again want to start with appreciation to everyone. Kudos on the Washington link. I advocated for that. The community advocated. You guys listened, and that's so important. It's very important in terms of connecting and increasing the economic opportunities in my district. So thank you. I have the very same questions around the history of procurement and BRJP goals, as well as the current spend for any current projects. I'd love an update on D7 projects. I have a specific question on the timeline for the Dudley construction and whether in Nubian Square near the Dudley Library, whether those two things are aligned and will be finished around the same time. I'm really interested in where we are on plans for Blue Hill Ave and kind of diving a little deeper there. Imagine what it would be like if we had a dedicated bus lane and a free 28 bus. You know, that could be a real game changer. Blue Hill Ave is an economic corridor connecting Boston's Black communities of Roxbury, Dorchester, Mattapan. We know that Black people spend 64 more hours, poor Black people spend 64 more hours on buses that are slow and unreliable. I want to understand the impact of COVID and physical distancing on our buses and bus stops and roads and how we figure that out. Parking in Nubian Square, this is a growing challenge. I'm not the big parking advocate, as you know, but this is a challenge for our small businesses, and it keeps coming up. And it's a growing challenge, given that many of the developments that are underway are planned for spaces that are currently used for parking. And even though the major bus terminals there, this is still an issue for the small business owners. Equity in our slow streets and how we expand that program. Equity in our multi-mode transportation and kind of getting beyond just cars. For safe routes to schools. How will children physically distance on school buses? If the buses are still half empty, maybe it's not a non-issue, but for those that are walking, they've got to be able to do so safely in their neighborhoods, especially post-COVID, as we still have the need to be physically distant from each other. In terms of Uber and Lyfts, I wonder how we prioritize Boston drivers as we kind of open up the economy. I know more people are going to want to do it. And I can imagine like cars flooding to the city. And I would hate to see all of the slowdown just be, you know, the next thing we just see a zillion cars in our city. So I'd love to continue to think about how we prioritize Boston drivers, and not just the pickup spots. I think those are great, but I'm thinking more around surge pricing. I don't know if we can do it, if there's a way. I mean, I think we're already doing it on where the cars, you know, originate, what towns they are, but I'd love more information there. And for all of this, I'm interested in process, where we are in terms of different RFPs, who's on the design teams, who's on the approved list for the vending, how we expand that, where we're getting community voice, and how we're building there. Whew, thank you.
I will.
I hope that was, I hope it wasn't too fast. Thank you.
If I miss anything, let me know. Others obviously feel free to jump in. Same on the public works side. We will get back to you on both the history and the today on procurement and BRJP. On Nubian Square, the road project and the library project, I believe the library project will be completed before the road project. There's a really important sort of MBTA asset that is being worked on, a transmission line that's being worked on that is a part of the road project. So the road project will come afterwards, but when they are completed, they're going to work really well together. That phase 1 of Nubian Square will follow with phase 2, which essentially does the road network to the north of where the construction site is today. On Blue Hill Ave, we had a community meeting, I want to say 2 months ago, maybe 2.5 months ago, really looking at 2 different concepts, concept 3 and concept 4, looking essentially at the location of where dedicated bus lane and improved bike facilities and sort of a general road network would work through that corridor. We're looking at both of those concepts now, and got some good community feedback from that public meeting that occurred. On bus stops and buses, we talked about this a little bit with Councilor Arroyo's question. But one of the things which we are looking to do at places where there are crowded bus stops, there's ways we can reuse some of the other asphalt that's in the area to allow people to be socially distant on a bus stop while they queue up. And again, knowing that the T is a little bit constrained in the number of buses they can run, one of the best things we can do to ensure social distancing on buses is to increase the frequency of buses through increased bus reliability, thus our continued focus on dedicated bus lanes. Parking in Nubian Square, I know that part of the work that Vinny's team is doing, and I'll credit to Pat Hoey, has been looking at that, and he may have more of an update than I do. On neighborhood slow streets, again, we think that approach that we're taking of focusing on the most vulnerable road users, the places where there's the most vulnerable residents, in the locations that have the most crashes and the highest number of community assets, sort of is a good way to prioritize our money. Invest in places where you've got a lot of seniors, a lot of youth, a lot of persons with disabilities, a high number of parks, community centers, a high number of schools, and a high number of crashes. That's the places we've been focused first, and happy to sort of continue that conversation. Uber and Lyft and sort of prioritizing Boston drivers. We have the Department of Public Utilities at the state level really is the governing authority and not the city in terms of almost all of the rules associated with transportation network companies, things like Uber and Lyft. That notion, though, of sort of alterations in pricing is something which obviously the mayor submitted legislation which had some different approaches than the current approach to how you would think about pricing trips to encourage more shared trips, and also to discourage sort of circling without a passenger during rush hour. And sort of obviously we're still interested in having that conversation, and then delighted to continue to have the conversations around how to have the right type of process on any of our projects going forward, particularly as we think about sort of different rules or public health requirements that are going to be really necessary during this time. I probably missed lots of questions, and I might have missed lots of answers.
Even if you did, Chief Osgood, I'm grateful to you and to Councilor Janey. But we're gonna jump now to Councilor Flynn, and then it'll be Councilor Wu. And I'm gonna give, just so councilors know, I'm gonna give an extremely abbreviated opportunity for people to ask a third thing, but it will not be a third round of 5 minutes of questions. We have 2 more public hearings today, and we've had the BTD PWD team for more than 3.5 hours now. So I'm going to call on Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council Block. Again, thank you to Mayor Walsh's team. Failed to mention Maddie Walsh as well at Public Works, the job that his team is doing as well. Thank you, Vineet, and Carla Tanko and Steve Tanko as well, and the entire team. We appreciate everything that you're doing. So I'll try to speak generally. I know you gave a presentation on the street lighting. That's an important issue for me. I follow that very closely. It's an important part of pedestrian safety. There's no issue I spent more time on than in pedestrian safety. L Street, I'm still very concerned about. We work on this often. We are making progress. You know, we just have a huge amount of cars coming from the South Shore, going up L Street into downtown Boston, speeding. You know, the speed limit is too fast. We need more. We need more enforcement as well. But you know, if you can't cut through South Boston without treating our neighbors with respect, maybe it's not the place to go through. If you want to drive up L Street 50 miles an hour, and I have elderly people that are trying to cross the street and kids trying to go to school, maybe that's probably not the neighborhood you need to go through. But I need more help in South Boston on pedestrian safety issues. I'm also concerned about the kids students walking from Muriel and McCormick, and they're going to the Perkins School, as you know, Chris, crossing into that rotary there. There's some jurisdiction issues with the state police and even with DCR. I'm very concerned about that area. But the concurrent jurisdiction as well with street lighting is still a major concern for me, where a car and pedestrians can go at the same time. I highlight the example of on High Street, which is in my district, downtown Boston. You take a right onto High Street, onto Congress Street. That's concurrent jurisdiction. So the pedestrian can cross the street and the car can go down Congress Street, all at the same time. I know you have a list of 15 dangerous jurisdictions, but those are some of my questions overall, generally speaking. But I need a lot of help on pedestrian safety issues. It's a big concern of mine. I know it's a concern of yours as well.
Councilor, certainly appreciate your leadership, and you are always incredibly focused, and correctly so, on issues of road safety, and that's really appreciated by our entire team. We are obviously working with the police department and thinking about how we think about enforcement, and we're continuing to make sort of the engineering changes that can calm speeds, improve safety, reduce conflict on our city streets. With L Street, obviously, we'll continue to look at components that might make that corridor safer. And I don't remember if it was you or Councilor Baker or somebody else who raised sort of the Kosciuszko Circle, Morrissey Boulevard sort of planning conversations. But we do want to have some ongoing conversations with the state, because to your point, some of the vehicular traffic we're seeing on L Street are people who are perhaps getting sort of off of 93 and reaching the South Boston waterfront in that direction. And we want to take a sort of a more comprehensive look at how that network is working, so that we can really, with sort of a safety focus in that corridor. And then to your point, and as Greg and Amy have spoken about, we are looking at our signals and looking at how our policy can best meet our goals. So appreciate your comments on that. Greg or Vineet or Stephanie or Amy, I'm not sure if there's anything you'd add.
I don't have anything to add.
Okay, briefly going into the south end, I know you're making improvements, you know, near the Ink Block area, Harrison Avenue, Washington Street, Traveler Street, obviously Tremont Street. What else? What's your major goal in terms of pedestrian safety? You know, making sure the traffic flows at a reasonable speed, but also ensuring pedestrian safety is still the #1 top priority for the South End residents.
So I really appreciate the question. And want to give a lot of credit to Stephanie, who has been leading the entire redesign conversations in Tremont Street, and probably has had innumerable meetings with the South End Forum and South End businesses and done a lot of outreach there. I believe it's an additional $11 million that is in the city's capital budget this year to be able to move that project forward. And the fundamental goal of that project is about pedestrian safety and sort of stretching from Herald to Mass Ave. And so we are continuing sort of moving that particular project forward. And then to your point, there are some additional roadway improvements, some which are happening now and some which are going to happen following a little bit of the build out on the network of ink block streets, Harrison Ave, Traveler Street, et cetera. Stephanie, I don't know if there's an update you'd want to give on Tremont Street or anything I missed. Okay.
And thank you. I think I have 1 more minute left. I just wanted to follow up. I did a walking tour with Walk Boston on Summer Street. I did a tour, several tours with the Cyclists Union. Pedestrian safety as it relates to the cyclists is a critical issue in and around the downtown area, Summer Street as well. North Washington Street, I know a bus route. So Chris, connecting a bus route from the North Station area into the South Boston waterfront, what are you thinking about in terms of, getting people there safely, protecting the cyclists, but also protecting residents that are walking, pedestrian safety? That's certainly a top priority of yours as well.
Vinny, do you want to talk about where we are on the North Station and South Boston waterfront plan, which ties into the broader plan, as you know, Councilor, about the South Boston waterfront transit plan? But Vinny, go ahead.
Yes, so we have funding, and I have prepared a scope to hire a consultant team to study exactly the issues that, Councilor, you mentioned. And we're going to do that in tandem with the BPDA's planned downtown process, because that's well on its way. So we want to make sure that any bus lane issues, for example, that are considered linking North Station with the South Boston Seaport or with South Station are seen in the context of other open space improvements, as well as the bicycle network. That is very important for that whole connection. There are many people who use blue bikes to get around in the downtown area. So that's definitely something that will be initiated this year.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilor Block, thank you, Chris. Councilor Block, thank you for giving me an extra minute.
Yep, no, happy to. And yeah, sorry, my alarm went off, so you couldn't hear it. Well, I'll tag on to Councilor Flynn. There's a crosswalk in his district across Arlington Street between Melrose and Isabella Street that I promised my mother I would bring up if he didn't. It's been long promised for repair. I think Vineet is very familiar with it. The whole Bay Village Neighborhood Association expects it to be worked on. And I think there's a question about whether or not it is in the plan for this summer. So just wanted to flag that.
Do you have a construction timeline on that?
I heard, according to Public Works, that it would be one of the first development projects as it relates to Public Works ongoing projects.
That's my understanding as well. I'll look back to the two of you with a specific timeline.
Okay. Yeah, and I know. Yeah, thank you, Kenzie. Bay Village is very supportive of it. In my friend Nancy at the Bay Village as well asks me frequently about it. So I appreciate Kenzie. Thank you bringing up, and her parents are my constituents, so I have to make sure I watch out for them too, Chris.
Sorry, that was a blatant use of chair prerogative, which I will rarely do, I promise. All right, so we have a number of advocates who've been very patiently waiting to testify, and we're getting very close to the 2 o'clock hearing. So this is what I want to say to colleagues who are still on the line. If you have a third round question, please raise your blue hand. I'll call on people, in order, but based on who raises their blue hand, and I'll take like a 1-minute question. But it's not a whole speech, like a 1-minute question, and then we'll get an answer, and then we'll do the others, and we'll just do a quick final rapid fire round. So first person with his hand up is Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Arroyo, you have the floor.
A quick question. You said a rapid fire round. I just want to understand what you mean by that.
I just mean you can ask a question for 1 minute. Then the rapid fire is me going to other people. It's not you asking a rapid fire.
I wasn't sure what you meant by that. I just wanted to confirm. I can't turn these into rapid fire.
you can ask multiple questions if they fit into 1 minute, but that's it. So, all right, I'm going to start your timer now.
So then let's focus on something I think makes the most sense for this then. Bike lanes, incredibly important within the city as a whole, but in District 5, we have a couple spaces where we could really use them, right? Hyde Park Ave comes to mind, Hill, it helps with blue bikes, but also American Legion comes up over and over and over again as a real dangerous place for bikes, especially when they merge onto Blue Hill. But what plans do we have in the short term? I understand that there might be some longer term visions, but in the short term, what plans do we have to protect bikes as folks who are trying to figure out different ways to commute right now in this moment want to do so safely? What short term plans do we have in District 5 specifically for making that safer?
So I know at the southern end, we've made some minor modifications to American Legion Highway. We've got an adjacent neighborhood slow street project. I don't know sort of the current status of additional planning on American Legion Highway. I don't know if Greg, Vinit, or Stephanie, there's an update there. If not, Councilor, I'll get back to you on that.
Thank you. And I'll be in touch, Chris, with the rest of my questions because I have a number of them and that'll work that way. And then I'll bring it back to my constituency. Thank you so much, Chair Bach. I'm going to cede the time there and let anybody else go.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. Yes. And again, we'll be following up also. We're happy to follow up on any questions that people have that haven't gotten answered in these sessions. Next up is Councilor Asabi George, and then it'll be Councilor Baker. Councilor Asabi George.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think this was asked earlier when I had skipped out of our hearing. How many electrical vehicles do we have in our fleet, and how many do we plan on purchasing? And as a percentage of our whole fleet, what is that? Thank you.
So we have 22, I believe, today. The plan in this budget is to purchase another 20. We have a lot of hybrids, but this would be sort of all electric, bringing us up to 42, so nearly doubling. What I don't know is sort of the percentage of sort of potential vehicles that is, and that is part of what the Central Fleet Team is also looking at, which is like, how do we make sure that when we have a standard of having most fuel efficient in class, but we are thinking of how we modify what our fleet requirements are so that we're ending up with more EVs in general.
Great, thank you for that. The rest of them I'll submit.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Councilor Asabi George. Councilor Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chris, I didn't hear an answer if you guys are having high-level discussions about frontage road. And then also I want to know, between the departments, there's a lot of messaging going on, a lot of different languages that we have to be sensitive of. If you have a printing budget, what do you guys, two departments, doing for printing?
Yep. So with frontage road, we have not had other sort of formal studies since the UTIL study, which was completed. There is money, though, part of that sort of consulting money that's in the waste reduction budget might help us be able to explore how do we bring in-house any of these or partner on trash recycling or
what was the UTIL study just on how do we get a handle around waste? What about the actual building, the structure?
No, the UTIL study was about the parcel itself. So it looks at 200, 300 frontage road as well as 12 Channel Street, and how those spaces could be sort of better used or better managed and upgraded.
Okay, so maybe if I can get a rundown on that, and you can answer the printing question, just send me an email.
Yep, I'll do that.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councilor Baker.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Mejia.
Hi, yes. One last question, and I'm not sure if this fits within this department, but I'm just really curious about if there's any opportunity to kind of cool things down during the summer through some of the efforts. I think it's asphalt. In certain neighborhoods, it gets a little bit harder. And then so oftentimes, I think there might be a correlation with some of the violence that we see in our streets, just because there's just no real space to cool things off. So is this part of your jurisdiction? Can we talk about that?
I think it's sort of a collaboration between us and, in some ways, the Environment, Open Space, and Energy Cabinet. So we are certainly looking at urban heat island as one of the things as we design, and thinking about how we have better designs that really support street tree health, which can then sort of help keep our streets cool and shaded, and our air just simply cleaner.
Okay, and then one last question. I still have a minute.
No,
No, don't, okay.
just, if you're very brief, if you're like 10 seconds, go.
Okay, so I'm just curious about, you know, in certain neighborhoods, you have a little, where buses have a little canopy where they can, is that something that you guys run, or is that the state?
It's both. We have a contract with a company called JC and the state has a contract, I think, also with JC and so some shelters are managed by us, some shelters are managed by the state.
And could we get more shelters? And
yes, I think they have more flexibility in that, but happy to follow up on how that's done.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Great. Excellent. Thank you, Councilor Mejia. And my only one, Chief Osgood, is just that I saw the commitment in the budget to trying to get to three-year cycles on the crosswalk striping. But then, as you mentioned, there's a real limitation in terms of being able to do that. So I'm just wondering if there's a realistic plan to get to a 3-year cycle on that.
I'll defer to Greg. I mean, the team has spent a lot of time sort of trying to work through that, and we've accelerated our amount, which has been a priority for the mayor. But Greg, I don't know if you want to touch on the restriping plan.
Yeah, no, we are pretty confident that with the additional funding, we will stick to the 3-year replacement and refreshing of all the pavement markings in the city.
That's fantastic to hear. Thank you so much, Commissioner. All right, we're now going to go to our, as I said, patient advocates here. So I'm going to admit from the waiting room. I'll admit a few people at once, and then I'll tell you the order. And then I'll. So, okay. For everyone who's just been admitted, one note is just to make sure that you turn off the live stream that you've been watching before you start testifying. Otherwise, it creates a bad feedback loop. We'll start with Eliza Parad, who I suspect is under the Boston Cyclist Union. Yes, there we go. Start with Eliza, then Louisa Gagg, and then Matthew Malloy, and then Brendan Kearney. And if you haven't been called, you'll be right after. So Eliza, I just remind everyone to introduce yourself and keep this brief to 2 to 3 minutes. Thanks so much. Eliza, you have the floor.
Hi, thanks so much, Chairwoman Bach and all the councilors. Here on behalf of the Boston Cyclist Union and our 1,200 members in Metro Boston, thank you for a lot of the budget commitments, especially the increase in the strategic bike network and Vision Zero. We're also really excited to see TNC funds directed to reinstate the BPS recycling program and to offer the subsidized blue bike passes in Main Street districts and the expansion of the blue bike stations into Hyde Park and other neighborhoods that don't have as much access. I think with the blue bike station, and several councilors raised this, and BTD addressed this a little bit, but we really need to think about what are the streets in those districts that are going to be safe for people to ride on near them, and where does it make sense for them to go in. Overall, I just wanted to say that we're excited about this budget. We see taking all the different projects together, about 6 miles of protected bike lanes that could go in this year and another approximately 6 next year, which would get us close to the short-term goals laid out in Go Boston 2030 for the bike network. My concerns are that there have been commitments and higher levels of funding in past years, and the actual expenditures haven't reached that. And in 2019, there was only about 1 mile of protected bike lanes built. There were some other painted lanes built. So the main thing I wanted to say is that I'm so grateful to all the councilors who raised questions about the bike network, is that we're gonna need beyond, we wanna see this budget approved, and beyond the approval of the budget, we're gonna need the support and the leadership of the city and the councilors to make these projects happen and bring them to fruition, and make sure that we have the leadership and that they're seen through to completion, and that it happens at a quicker pace. And I think when that happens, there will be less neighborhood pushback, feeling like, why is this only happening for half a mile on my neighborhood? And we'll really start to see mode shift, which will encourage us all to do more projects. So finally, I just wanted to say, after last night's Northern Ave Bridge public meeting, it still remains really unclear to me what the benefit of adding vehicles on the bridge, and that we really need to consider approving a budget with a commitment to a bike ped bridge only there.
Great. Thank you so much, Eliza. Next up, I want to recognize Louisa Gagg from Livable Streets. And then again, it'll be Matthew Malloy. And yeah, Louisa, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Louisa Gagg I'm the Public Policy Director at Livable Streets and a member of the Massachusetts Vision Zero Coalition. And thank you so much for the opportunity to provide comment today. And I just want to start off by saying we understand that right now, a lot of public works and transportation capacity has to go to the COVID-19 response. We want to acknowledge the great work that staff is doing, setting up testing sites and things like that, and to say how grateful we are for the work that they're getting done. But as we transition out of the stay-at-home advisory, the city's going to start to put more capacity towards the budget and the coming fiscal year. And similarly to Eliza's comments, we know what needs to get done, and the pandemic has only made certain projects more important than ever, like building out the bike network, so essential workers can get to work safely, improving Main Streets areas to make them more walk and bike friendly so we can boost small businesses and make sure people can get the things that they need in their neighborhoods without traveling far, improving safety on high crash corridors like Mass Ave, which was the site of a fatal crash near BMC just a few weeks ago. And of course on Cummins Highway, which as we've seen has had consistent speeding since the stay-at-home order started. And also the Columbia Road redesign, which has been funded in the budget for the last 2 years, but has yet to see any action. So we know the city has the resources to do these projects, and we're really pleased to see an increase in Vision Zero funding this year. But it is a matter of implementation and how the city is spending its money. And because of COVID-19, for this foreseeable future, we're going to need to be smarter about how we operationalize things and how we use our limited resources. And we need to be focusing on projects that keep people safe. And similarly to Eliza, I want to bring up the Northern Ave Bridge, and that the city is planning to spend more than $100 million, but is choosing to forgo 10 million of committed federal funds. Right now, the Northern Ave Bridge is a bloated project that's over-designed in order to carry vehicles. And we're wondering, is that the best use of resources? What else could we do with that 100 million right now? As Livable Streets highlighted in our recent report on the city's progress on implementing Go Boston 2030, the city has the resources and capacity, but needs to improve implementation and to pick up the pace in order to see meaningful progress, particularly on Vision Zero and transportation projects that are more critical now more than ever because of COVID. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right, next up is Matthew Malloy, then it'll be Brendan, and then Sarah, and then Brad. So Matthew, you have the floor.
Great, thank you everyone. My name is Matt Malloy, and I'm the CEO and one of the owners of Dorchester Brewing Company on Lower Mass Ave in Dorchester. I'm testifying today to share both enthusiastic support for what the city is doing regarding the bike initiatives, but also sharing some grave concerns about what BTD is planning on doing with introducing dedicated bike lanes on Mass Ave in my area. It is also important to note that we were one of the first businesses to write a letter of support for these initiatives under the condition that parking would not be impacted. At Dorchester Brewing, we employ 55 plus local people, house a minority-owned business, and recently invested $10 million into this area, which has greatly stimulated the economy around us. While we are in support of these initiatives, we also understand several plans shared with us force the removal of parking more than 90 spots on Mass Ave. It is important to note that we do not have a parking lot and chose this location 5 years ago to grow our business, relying on this critical street parking. I can assure you that based on your plans to potentially remove parking on the west side of Mass Ave near the brewery, you will force me to lay off one half of my staff and seriously jeopardize our business and several minority-owned businesses surrounding the brewery. The parking is absolutely critical to our collective success in this community. In these tough times, it is critical we support local businesses in these areas, especially as many, including us, are extremely hard hit by COVID. It is also critical we keep all parking and introduce bike lanes in this area to support further growth and transportation needs. Removing parking, however, is not the solution. We believe, based on other bike lane solutions in Harvard Square in Somerville, there was a solution where no parking is removed. Bidirectional bike lanes are supported using parked cars as buffers on the west side of Mass Ave. Additionally, this process seems to be moving rather quickly. Perhaps there was an opportunity to slow the process down until we fully understand the impacts of COVID-19 in our community. There is no need to rush this. I appreciate your attention and efforts on this matter and everything that you all do for the city every day. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Matt. Brendan Kearney is up next, and then it'll be Sarah Freeman and then Brad Garrett. Brendan?
Great. Thanks for the chance to speak today. My name's Brendan Kearney. I'm the Deputy Director of Walk Boston. Earlier this week, MassDOT reported the rate of fatalities on Massachusetts roadways doubled in April, with 50% less traffic on the roads. 28 individuals died in crashes, compared with April 2019 when there were 27 on roadways in the state. This highlights the safety projects identified for funding here are super important. The BTD staff expansion over the last 2 budget cycles is now showing dividends. Many projects these team members started on are moving to implementation. There's a need to keep working to make our streets safe for people walking. Safety projects in the public works and transportation budgets are moving us in the right direction. So thank you very much for all your support on those in the past. Wanted to highlight a few things from the budget and the transportation priorities overview that are great. First, great to see Tremont Street has construction dollars in the coming year. Second, very glad to hear that $2 million for the safety intervention program on neighborhood streets, which will help evaluate and act on all resident 311 safety requests, is in the budget. It would also be great to hear a little more clarification around that and how it will be equitably implemented, similar to the Walkable Streets program. This could be a way for spot improvements like speed humps at dangerous intersections or on streets that might not be a good fit for the neighborhood slow streets program. So that's fantastic. Also, thank you for the continued work toward accessibility for all with the expanded pedestrian ramp plan. And it was great to hear that there's going to be an ADA coordinator for Public Works. We're also hopeful on the signals retiming and that it would be moving towards an actual policy that is getting us towards that goal of pedestrian prioritized signals that were in the Go Boston 2030 plan. Finally, echoing Eliza and Louisa on the Northern Avenue Bridge, Walk Boston, Livable Streets, and the Cyclists Union asked last night the city to commit to a bridge design that's only open to pedestrians, bicycles, and emergency vehicles. That was not reflected in last night's meeting. We're asking City Council not to approve the Northern Ave Bridge project in the budget until this commitment has been made. The scale of funding for the safety projects that I mentioned earlier and throughout the city, those take place throughout the city, they pale in comparison to the estimated dollars for the current iteration of the proposed bridge. So thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Great, thanks so much. And now Sarah. Sarah Freeman. You have to unmute yourself.
There. Hi, I just found it. Thank you for all you're doing, especially during these times. I'm glad to be after Bike Union, Livable Streets, and Walk Boston because they bring much more expertise to the issues at hand. I'm a private resident, but I've been concerned and immersed and learned a lot about transportation and pedestrian and bike safety and motor vehicle safety in the past 24 years working on this kind of thing. And I appreciate what these organizations are trying to bring a better balance to our public spaces. In the mid-century, the 1950s plus, we gave over so much to motor vehicles. And as Brendan just said, we're seeing now that when traffic is low and that space is there, bad things happen. I'll be brief. Excuse me. Really excited to hear so much support for the strategic bike network and Vision Zero. I'm 1,000% behind those initiatives. I'd like to point out that Livable Streets had a very interesting conversation last night about transit and the importance for essential workers and trying to match the service with where the needs really are. And if you haven't seen it, I hope it'll be online if it isn't already soon. Why it matters to me so much as an individual. I'm a senior citizen. I'll be 70 in my next birthday. but I work in public health on a study looking at the role of physical activity in chronic disease prevention. And it's huge, but not if you're going to get killed by a car if you're out trying to walk or bike. So it's part of my work life. I'm a former marathon runner. It's part of my personal life, but I live on the Arborway. And I know that's not city, it's DCR, but it took me years to have the courage to bike anywhere from my house because of that. So, and there are a lot of people like me who really would go out there if it felt safe. I'll just close with one statement that you may remember, some of you who were at this hearing a year ago. I spoke about things like lack of crosswalks, or the crosswalks we have are not ADA compliant and they're crumbling. And just happy to say that DCR did start a study in November, did a road safety audit over the summer, started a study on hold due to the pandemic, but I hope when they resume, you'll all support making some progress there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Sarah. And Carrie, can you just play the one video that we've got? That'll close out our public testimony. While Carrie's queuing that up, I just want to thank everybody, thank especially the BTD and PWD teams. I mean, for sitting with us through this long hearing and for all the work that you do. And I won't follow my other counselors in echoing the names of everybody who has met with me on projects, but they've been many. And I think I really want to amplify what some of the advocates said today about, you know, I think we, the council, want to support you all also in getting this work done in the year ahead, thinking about how to do that creatively with COVID, thinking about how to make sure we don't have a bottleneck. And I've spoken in other hearings about what I see as the urgency of actually spending our capital dollars this year. And the fact that if we can't do that, then all the planning we have comes to naught. So really just want to express my thanks and appreciation. Carrie, do we have that video? Here we go. Great.
Hi all, my name is Bryce Willie. I live in Dorchester near JFK and UMass, and before the stay-at-home advisory, I commuted by bike to Fort Point down Dot Ave. I'm relatively lucky in that the majority of my commute has painted bike lanes. However, traveling anywhere else in the city is hectic. Trying to get to Back Bay or Fenway, or even just riding a few blocks down to Stop and Shop, always feels unsafe. Even painted lines seem pretty worthless when they just disappear every other block and force you to merge with traffic that's speeding by you so they don't get stuck behind a bike. When the city had its first known case of COVID in early February, I was lucky enough to be able to choose to distance myself on my commute by biking. Many more Dorchester residents couldn't make that choice, risking their safety on a bike or their health. Yeah, it takes a lot of investment to make our city bike and pedestrian friendly, but I believe that it will make our city significantly better for it.
Great. Thank you so much. And for folks who are wondering, we will be convening the Boston Public Library and Boston BCYF hearing. I guess it's 2:07 right now. Well, it's 2:08. So we will start those at 2:20 just to give everyone a second to stretch. But again, thank you so much. And with that, this meeting of the Boston Council's Ways and Means Committee is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chief Osgood. Thanks to the whole team.